New year, new you. That was plastered on the flyer I received a day ago on my doorstep. Pretty stereotypical phase, but the offer was too good to pass up. 3 months of a free gym membership. A nice gym for that matter. And all I had to do was attend a New Year's Eve party at the gym. Spend the night getting fit instead of getting drunk? Hell, I didn't have anything better to do, I figured. And I'd been meaning to get in shape for a while now. But here I am, sitting in a locker room, writing this for all of you on my phone because I can't think of a better option for myself right now. It's a few minutes until midnight, and I've got time to kill. So settle in, because you won't believe it unless you know the whole story. First off, I know it sounds lame to spend my night at the gym, but I don't live near family. My girlfriend is out of the country and my friend and his wife just wanted to spend the night at home. Besides, dedication is the only way to see change. And what better way to show dedication than by skipping out on one of the biggest binge nights of the year? I had to start somewhere if I expected to get back into shape. And since partying got me to where I am now, I figured skipping New Year's was a good idea. See, I used to play basketball in high school. I was pretty good enough to get a scholarship for my college years. But the freshman 15 hit me hard. I was partying too much. I gained weight, stopped training, got dropped from the team and had to quit school. It sucked. But I came through all right. Except I never got back in shape. Since then, I've been a lump, sitting at a cubicle desk, reading no-sleep stories when I should be working. Not that I mind that, but it'd be nice if I could play basketball again. Sometimes, I'm winded from a walk upstairs, so I doubt I could handle a full game right now. So, after I got off work today, I went home, packed a bag of gym clothes, and headed over. The gym is called Transformations. I'd looked it up online when I got the flyer and it seemed nice. When I pulled up, I thought to myself that it sounded like some kind of new age clinic. I was surprised when the inside just looked like a normal gym. They weren't even offering green smoothies at the front counter or anything like that. They did have punch though, which they gave me a cup of when I handed my flyer over to the young-looking girl behind the counter. It was healthy punch, a pure fruit mixture, artificial sugar too. But it tasted better than protein smoothies. They had a protein snack mix on the table too, full of nuts and dried fruit and oats. There were maybe 16 other people here, taking advantage of the offer, and 8 staff members there to keep us stocked with refreshments and towels as we worked out, or to help us along with our exercises. Us guests mingled for a bit as we looked over to what the gym had to offer. After maybe an hour of getting to know each other and the staff, people started going to the locker rooms to change and begin their new year off right with an evening of exercise. The manager announced over a loudspeaker that there was a special bonus available to anyone who stayed until midnight and participated in at least 3 activity sessions. It was a full year of membership, completely free. And that was a lot of work, but I felt like I was up for it, especially for such a great deal. I claimed a locker and put on my workout clothes and started off light with some cardio on the treadmill. There was a woman next to me. We talked for a bit while we exercised, mostly about the reason we were spending our nights here instead of out with friends. She was a frumpy housewife who was dedicated to losing weight. Her words, not mine. Nice lady, and I could have talked to her for longer, but I wanted to spend some time at the weights. I got spotted by an employee as I benched a paltry 100 pounds. I guess it was an okay amount considering I hadn't benched anything for a few years, but I used to be able to do way more. So I was a little disheartened by that. The employee was a good motivator though. He kept me going and encouraged me to get out of that mindset. I wasn't about who I used to be, but who I would become. I finished my set feeling powerful. I was already tired though, and was all too happy to take a bit of a break. A couple of people tapped out early, before it even hit 10 o'clock. I overheard the manager tell them that they'd still get their 3 months free, but they'd miss out on the special offer. The people still left, probably hoping to get some time in at the party. Not me. I was in it for the long haul. I was told that being spotted and coached by a staff member counted as one activity. So for the second, I joined in on a 15-minute spin class. The instructor was funny, and not in the ha-ha way, but in the this person is a little off way. She kept talking about the revolutions of the wheel, how it was in a constant state of change and transformation. I didn't know if she was just spewing this nonsense for the whole New Year promo, or if she was actually like that. But I noted that I'd want to skip her classes all the same. I was pretty worn out when all was said and done. More people left by 11, so that there were only 8 of us now. The next class was at midnight, so we had some downtime, and I didn't want to be so worn out that I couldn't participate. I decided to walk around and check out all the areas that I could. I looked around at the facilities, the personal areas I mean, like the showers and stuff. They actually had a sauna, which was pretty cool. There was a narrow passage behind the sauna that had some junk in the way, but it didn't look forbidden, so I squeezed through to see what was behind it. It was a whole wellness and massage centre. At least that's what the label on the door led me to believe. Full body manipulation, it read. I pushed past some old exercise equipment and a stack of yoga mats and opened the door in the narrow passage. When I stepped inside, I saw a line of machines. The strangest massage chairs I'd ever seen, I thought to myself. One that looked like a juice press. Another that looked like a torture rack. One with tubes that looked like a pasta roller or a laundry mangle. At the end of the row, I saw a weird vat. I thought maybe a mud bath, but the liquid inside was dark and runny. I had a moment of curiosity where my mind insisted that I touch it to find out what it was. But my survival instinct stayed my hand, and I'm glad it did. Because as my palm hovered over the vat, a hand shot out, splashing my shirt with the fluid as I recoiled back. The hand flopped lazily about, as if it had no bones, looking for purchase on the rim of the vat but unable to find it. I immediately ran away. There was another door on the wall opposite the machines. I ran towards it, but heard voices on the other side. I turned around and ducked behind a nearby screen partition. I recognised the voices of 2 employees, one of them the trainer for the spin class. I heard them talk about getting the attendees ready for midnight, but their conversation was cut off by the splashing in the vat. They pulled the struggling body out. I chanced a peek and saw a limp frame dangling like a lopsided sandbag, as if everything inside of them had been liquefied. "This one is ready," the male employee said. "I know it's frightening being in that liquid for so many weeks," the female trainer said to the body. But you'll be a brand new person soon. No one leaves transformations the same way they walked in, and that's a promise we aim to keep. They hoisted the body to the first machine, the one that looked like a juice press. They laid the body down, and the machine slowly lowered onto them. There was a wet slosh, like a balloon bursting. While their backs were turned, I ran. I went out the way I'd come in. After squeezing past all the junk in the narrow hall, I thought I was safe. But I saw two employees talking to each other in the doorway leading to the gym. They spotted me, and it didn't take a second for them to put everything together. I bolted for the men's locker room as they chased after me. I could have stayed and fought, or maybe pushed my way through. But I was already feeling winded, and my body just told me to hide. So I pushed a bench in front of the door and waited. But the employees didn't try to break it down. Putting my ear to the door, I listened and jumped in shock when I heard the manager speak. "It's almost midnight, and you earned your special offer," he said. "You're not leaving the same man who came in. We all wanted to change for the better, and so we did. Brand new people, brand new identities. You will change too. You won't even remember the person you are now when we're done. We'll wait until midnight, then we'll come get you for the last session." The voice faded, but I didn't doubt that they were still out there, waiting for me. I assume they're still out there now, just waiting for the year to change. I've been sitting here for about 20 minutes, thinking about what I should do before I decided to write this, just so there's a record of the old me. Whoever I become, I just hope they can play basketball. I don't like telling this story. And most people, they don't believe it when I do. It brings back too many painful memories. Memories that I've been running away from since I was a 10-year-old boy. I'd been called a devil, a murderer, a child just desperate for attention. I'm 40 years old now, and I'm sure people still question my sanity. I even question my sanity. It's been 30 years, but I will never forget what happened in that house. I will never forget what I heard, what I saw. I saw things and heard things that no living person should see. Things that would leave a scar that can never heal. And things that would leave you questioning your sanity. I will warn you. This story, this true story, is not for the faint of heart. It was in Ohio, 1985, when we moved into the house. My mother was looking for a fresh start after my father's abusive acts became too much for her to bear. He never touched me or my sister Hannah in any harmful way, but he and my mother, they would go at it almost every night. My mother would be left with a black eye and a swollen lip. I pretended like I didn't know what was going on, and I regret that now. When we first arrived at the house, I could tell that it was really old. The windows were dusty, the paint was weathered and peeling off, and the grass stood almost as tall as I did, It looked abandoned, as if we were the first people to live there in decades. There was also an old swing set in the back, and behind that was a pond that held dirty water with a greenish colour. The fence would creak as you opened it, as did the stairs. The first 2 months, things were quiet. Nothing was really out of the ordinary. But I noticed something that seemed strange to me. I was in the house, looking through the window to make sure that Hannah was okay being alone in the backyard. She was on the swing set, but oddly, the swing next to her was moving back and forth, as if someone was there with her. But there was no one there. Nobody but Hannah. I figured it was probably just the wind. I went out there because I didn't want her out there alone. I was very protective of my sister. When I sent her inside, I stayed out there for about a minute. And then I began to think that maybe I wasn't imagining things. Because when I looked up, I saw someone in the hallway window. They looked down, right at me. I couldn't really see their face. Maybe it was Hannah, maybe it wasn't. It wasn't really until the next night when things got frightening. Hannah's screaming echoed through the house in the middle of the night. My mother and I woke up and quickly ran to her. It sounded as if someone were attacking her, but we didn't see anyone. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, pointing up at the ceiling. "She's trying to drown me!" she screamed, more than once. We didn't see anything, but she saw something that night. Something was there. After that night, things started getting weird. I've heard footsteps echoing through the house. And I know this is going to sound weird, but I've heard someone singing. It sounded like a young girl. And I know it wasn't Hannah, because it sounded nothing like her. I was laying in my bed when I heard it. It must have been around midnight, because everyone else was asleep. She sang it. Whoever it was, she sang it over and over again.
The birds are singing, singing, singing. Go to bed, go to bed. I'll see you in the morning, morning, morning. Now rest your head, rest your head.
It got louder and louder. It sounded as if they were coming toward me. They were getting closer and closer, until eventually they were right at my door. I heard water dripping. It sounds strange, but I know what I heard. The singing had stopped, and all I could hear was the water dripping. Then, everything became silent. The doorknob started turning, just slightly. I hid under my covers, and eventually, whoever it was, or whatever it was, had left. This wasn't the only time I had a weird experience like that late at night. I've also heard whispers. Most of the time, I heard them coming from the basement. I never understood what the whisperer was saying. But one night, I heard them loud and clear. I was asleep. I heard footsteps in my room, just like the other night. It just felt like someone was watching me. Like someone was sitting right at the edge of my bed. I lay there with my eyes closed, hoping, praying it would go away. But then, it whispered right in my ear. Who are you? I didn't reply. I didn't want to make a habit out of talking to things I couldn't see. It sounded like a woman. I guess it left afterwards, because I didn't hear anything else. I was horrified by what was going on in the house. I tried to explain it to my mother, but she never believed me. She claimed I was dreaming, and I almost believed that maybe I was dreaming. My mother, she seemed distant. She wasn't the same person anymore. I was worried about Hannah as well. She must have been traumatized by what she saw that night. I loved my sister. We did a lot together. But she became distant as well. One day, I walked past her room and I heard her singing. I walked into her room and she stopped singing. She was sitting on the floor, drawing as usual. "Where did you learn that song from, Hannah?" I asked her. "I learned it from my friend," she replied, pointing towards the corner of the room. I looked around the room, but I didn't see anyone or anything. I noticed her drawing, and it was really strange. She drew herself, sitting on the swing, and next to her was another girl. "Who is that girl you drew?" I asked her. "That's my friend. Her name is Maddie." I figured she must have had an imaginary friend. She was 6 years old, so that was normal. But that didn't explain the song. "Is she the one who taught you the song, Hannah?" She nodded her head yes. "Her mother used to sing it to her every night," she told me. "And she still does it sometimes." "Well, where is she now?" I asked her. She dropped her crayon and stood up off the floor. "She's behind you." It was then that I felt a cool breeze rush through my body. I turned around slowly, just to see myself through the mirror that hung against the wall. And that's when I saw her. She was only there for less than 2 seconds, standing to the right of me and drenched in water. She looked young, around 6, the same age as Hannah. I wasn't as scared as I should have been. I asked Hannah if she was the girl who was on the ceiling that night. She said no, and that the one on the ceiling was Maddie's mother. She said that her mother was evil and that she would kill us if we told anybody about her, the same way she killed Maddie. I wasn't scared until then. I wanted to tell my mother, but I'm sure she wouldn't have believed me anyway. I just wanted to protect my sister, so I said no word about it to anyone. I didn't really think that a ghost could do any physical harm anyway. But I was 10 at the time. I didn't know much about ghosts. The only thing I did know about them was that they were people who were once living. Later that day, I was walking past the basement when I heard the laughter of a young girl. It sounded like Hannah, so I walked down the stairs. She was sitting, alone, in the middle of the basement. "You shouldn't be down here by yourself, Hannah," I said to her. "I'm not by myself," she said. She had one of those jewelry boxes with the ballerina, you know, the one that would twirl and play music when you open it. "What are you doing down here?" I asked her. "Maddie wanted to show me her jewelry box." I looked around. I didn't see anybody. Not that I wanted to. I felt very uneasy, like somebody was watching me. I knew somebody was there. "We have to go, now," I yelled. "We need to get upstairs." I just didn't want to be down in that basement. "Shh," she whispered. "You're gonna wake her mother." "Get up, Hannah," I yelled. I heard a noise. It came from the other room of the basement. Hannah started crying. I could see the fear in her eyes. She stood up on her feet, dropping the jewelry box. "Danny," she cried, pointing behind me. "She's behind you." My heart popped out of my chest. I remember shaking and my heart beating at a rapid pace as I slowly turned around. I froze in fear for a few seconds. She was there. She had long, black hair and was wearing a black gown. Her face was pale and her eyes were pitch black. It was like looking in the eyes of death itself. I grabbed Hannah and we ran upstairs to our mother. I wasn't sure if she believed us. She told us to stay out of the basement, and that was it. That face I saw still haunts me to this day. Hours after that frightening experience, I lay awake in my bed as I could not sleep. It was past midnight, so everyone else was asleep. I heard music coming from outside my room. I got out of bed, thinking that maybe it was Hannah. I peeked out of my door, but I didn't see anyone. I walked down the hallway, and on the floor, in front of Hannah's room, it was the jewelry box from the basement. I watched as the ballerina twirled around and around and around. Everything was like in slow motion. I became lightheaded. The air was cold and heavy. Somebody was watching me. I heard somebody singing that same song. It wasn't a young girl this time. It was a woman.
The birds are singing, singing, singing. Go to bed, go to bed. I'll see you in the morning, morning, morning. Now rest your head, rest your head.
The singing was coming from inside Hannah's room. I opened her door. The singing stopped, and I didn't see anyone. Hannah was fast asleep. I asked her about it the next day, but she had absolutely no idea what I was talking about. weeks after that incident, was when everything took a turn for the worse. Just like before, she was screaming at the top of her lungs in the middle of the night. We ran to her, my mother and I. "She's trying to drown me," she screamed. "She's trying to drown me." "Who?" my mother asked. "Who are you talking about?" Hannah stopped screaming and stood from her bed. She was shaking. Her face was pale, and her voice became weak. Her eyes were wide as she stood there, almost like she was frozen, like she couldn't move. "She's behind the door," she whispered, suddenly, pointing at the door with a horrified look in her eyes. The door slammed shut, and I found myself alone, outside in the hallway. They were screaming. My mother and my sister were screaming, and there was nothing I could do. I tried to open the door, but it was stuck. "Let me in! Let me in!" I yelled. I kicked and I punched, because that was all that I could do. They were screaming as loud as they could, until suddenly the screaming stopped. "Mum! Hannah!" I screamed out. No answer. They were dead. My mother and my sister were dead. That was all I could think.
The birds are singing, singing, singing. Go to bed, go to bed. I'll see you in the morning, morning, morning. Now rest your head, rest your head.
It sounded like my mother. I heard the door unlock from the other side, and I opened it, slowly. I found my mother sitting at the side of the bed, singing to Hannah, who was fast asleep. She then stood up. I saw an emptiness in her eyes as she walked right past me, as if I wasn't even there. I was beyond confused. It just didn't make any sense. I woke up the next morning to a loud noise coming from the kitchen. I ran downstairs to see my mother making breakfast, soaking wet and singing that damn song. "Why are you wet, Mother?" I asked. She said nothing. "Where's Hannah?" "Who are you?" she whispered. "It's me, Mother. I'm your son." She looked at me, staring into my eyes as if she was stealing my soul. She smiled, a crooked, evil smile I'd never seen before. "I don't have a son," she said. "Now run along. Maddie isn't available." She walked down the basement and closed the door. After what can't have been more than a minute, I heard a loud noise that echoed from the basement. I ran upstairs to Hannah's room, searching everywhere for her. She wasn't in there. I walked out into the hall, and that's when I saw her walk down the stairs. I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought she was dead. I chased after her. She led me outside, but I lost her as I shuffled through the tall grass. I ran to the backyard, thinking she might be playing on the swing set. I didn't see her, but the swings were both swinging rapidly. I heard laughter. It sounded like two young girls. One of them actually sounded like Hannah, but I couldn't see anyone. I walked behind the swing set, and that's when I saw her. She was floating lifeless, face down in the pond. I heard her voice as it echoed with the wind.
The birds are singing, singing, singing. Go to bed, go to bed. I'll see you in the morning, morning, morning. Now rest your head, rest your head.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm so sorry. This wasn't supposed to happen. It should have worked, but why is it here?
Why is it inside my head?
It won't leave. I'm stuck inside my own mind, trapped in an endless war with a monster only I can see. It destroyed everything I loved, but now it's here.
Were they not enough?
Did they die for nothing? Oh God, please save this place and what's left of what is in my mind.
Is what I know even real?
I can't know.
Oh God, the pain!
It's quiet now. Right, none of you know. You should live without knowing. It's better that way, but someone needs to know. Maybe one of you will believe me.
I'm not crazy. I am sane.
Am I? Am I sane? I suppose I should just tell you all my story, right? Whether you believe me or not. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I guess I should start with my introductions. I am Dr. Ninjinsky. I started my career as a geologist, working for NASA once upon a time. That is, until they decided I was worthy.
Why was I chosen?
They decided they needed me for a project. Something that was supposed to be a secret. A surprise for the country and for the world. We were supposed to usher in a new age. In a way, I guess we have. I remember it like it was only moments ago. The moon was so beautiful. The dark side would have been perfect to settle.
If only that devil did not reside there!
My job on the moon, no, our job. Right, I should tell you all. We were supposed to find a site protected from the harshest of conditions, with access to the caverns of Luna, for mining purposes. We found a great place. It wasn't perfect, sure, but it was so close to a cavern full of different metals from nickel to gold. It was wonderful.
Why did the gates of hell have to be inside it?
We spent so much time ensuring the void would not kill us that we never imagined it would find a way inside. Oh God. Right, what happened? Why I question my sanity. It was just a simple run for the captain and myself. We needed to know if the cavern had water. So we delved deeper than ever before.
It was waiting for us!
We had just climbed up about 30 feet from where the back of the entrance was. It was strange. The ground, black. No, not just black.
It was the void itself, all-consuming and never-ending. It was everything and nothing at the same time.
At first, I thought it was a new type of mineral. I was so excited. I'd thought it would be fine to take a sample, so I let the captain obtain a piece while I retrieved the proper containers. That is, until I heard it.
A voice so animalistic it shook me to my core.
It was the captain. He was just there on his knees, with his head to the ceiling of the cavern. I was curious.
I was worried.
I shouldn't have disturbed him.
I should have accepted that he was gone, and maybe the others would be here now.
I should have noticed that the mysterious mineral was gone. But I didn't. Instead, I grabbed the captain and turned his head down so that I could see his face and ask, what might have been wrong.
I should not have done that! Inside the suit was only the void. It grabbed me and showed me the horrors of the universe. Things that could never be understood by a mortal man.
But I snapped out of it. I ran.
I abandoned my colleagues at base camp.
I ran immediately back to our launch site. The only way home.
I could not allow it to leave the moon.
The others, they questioned me. They wanted me to get out. Or maybe to let them in.
I couldn't risk it. What if it got in?
I did wait though. I thought maybe I had gone insane. Maybe the captain was fine. After all, isn't that him? Walking towards us now.
It was the void.
The others saw it too. They saw hell. And I left them with it.
I killed them.
I didn't have a choice. Did I? I don't know if I could have saved them. All I know is that I made it back home. Back to Earth. They questioned me.
Of course they did.
I wasn't supposed to even know how to pilot the ship. How did I pilot it? They thought I did it.
They think I went crazy and killed my friend.
And now I'm in here. In this room. With nothing. Just a bed, toilet, and a laptop. To keep me entertained. To keep me subdued. They don't realize the void is here. I see it in the mirror. In my nurses. In their eyes. As they give me the only thing that keeps me sane. The medicine. It hates the medicine. When I take it, the void retreats. I know the truth. I know it's still there, waiting for me to sleep. I won't. If I sleep, it will win. It will get out and consume all. I think it already has. Oh God, why did you have to do that? To such a young, pretty nurse. She only did her job. Maybe it's not going to spread. Maybe it just wants to watch our destruction. Maybe it's not so bad. Oh God, I'm so tired. I think I'll go to sleep now. The void, it's calling. Akisha Kasama, or roughly translated, 8 feet tall, is a Japanese urban legend of sorts about a tall woman who abducts children. She is 8 feet tall. She wears a long white dress, and she makes a sound like hoo, 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 hoo. My grandparents lived in Japan. Every summer, my parents would take me there on holiday to visit them. They lived in a small village, and they had a big backyard. I loved to play there during the summer. When we arrived, my grandparents always welcomed me with open arms. I was their only grandchild, so they spoiled me. The last time I saw them was the summer when I was 8 years old. As usual, my parents booked a flight to Japan, and we drove from the airport to my grandparents' house. They were delighted to see me, and had a lot of little presents to give me. My parents wanted to have some time by themselves, so after a few days, they took a trip to another part of Japan, leaving me in the care of my grandma and grandpa. One day, I was playing out in the backyard. My grandparents were inside the house. It was a hot summer's day, and I lay down on the grass to rest. I stared up at the clouds and enjoyed the feeling of the soft rays of the sun and the gentle breeze. Just as I was about to get up, I heard a strange sound. I didn't know what it was, and it was hard to figure out where it was coming from. It sounded almost like somebody was making the noise themselves, as if they were just saying "po, po, po" over and over again, but in a deep, masculine voice. I was looking around, searching for the source of the noise, when I suddenly noticed something on top of the tall hedges that enclosed the backyard. It was a straw hat. It wasn't resting on the hedge. It was behind it. And that's where the sound was coming from too. And then, the hat began to move, as if someone was wearing it. The hat stopped at a small gap in the hedge, and I could see a face peering through. It was a woman, but the hedges, they were high, almost 8 feet tall. I was surprised at how tall the woman was. I wondered if she was wearing stilts or some sort of huge high-heeled shoes. Then, a split second later, she walked off, and the strange noise disappeared with her, fading into the distance. Bewildered, I got up and I wandered back into the house. My grandparents were in the kitchen, drinking tea. I sat down at the end of the table and, after a while, I told my grandparents what I had seen. They weren't really paying attention. Not until I mentioned that distinctive sound. As soon as I said that, both of them suddenly froze. Grandma's eyes grew wide, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Grandpa's face became very serious, and he grabbed me by the arm. "This is very important," he said, in an intense voice. "You must tell us exactly. How tall was she?" "As tall as the garden hedge," I replied, beginning to get scared. My grandfather bombarded me with questions. Where was she standing? When did this happen? What did you do? Did she see you? I tried to answer all of his questions as best I could. He suddenly rushed out to the hallway and made a phone call. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I looked over at my grandma, and she was still trembling. Grandpa eventually came barging back into the room and spoke to my grandmother. "I've got to go out for a while," he said. "You stay here with the child. Don't take your eyes off him for a second." "What's going on, Grandpa?" I cried. He looked at me with a sad expression in his eyes, and he told me, "You've been liked by Hakisha Kasama." With that, he hurried out, got into his truck and drove off. I turned to my grandmother and I cautiously asked, "Who's Hakisha Kasama?" "Don't worry," she replied in a shaking voice. "Grandpa will do something. There's no need for you to worry." As we sat nervously in the kitchen, waiting for my grandfather to come back, she explained what was happening. She told me that there was a dangerous thing that was haunting the area. They call it Hakisha Kasama because of its height. In Japanese, Hakisha Kasama means 8 feet tall. It takes on the appearance of an extremely tall woman, and it makes a sound like in a deep male voice. It appears slightly differently depending on who sees it. Some say it looks like a haggard old woman in a kimono, and others, they say it is a girl in a white funeral shroud. One thing that never changes is its height and the sound that it makes. A long time ago, it was captured by monks, and they managed to confine it in a ruined building on the outskirts of the village. They trapped it using 4 religious statues, they called them jizos, that they placed at the north, south, east and west of the ruins, and it wasn't supposed to be able to move from there. Somehow, it managed to escape. The last time it appeared was 15 years ago. My grandmother said that anyone who saw 8 feet tall was destined to die within a few days. It all sounded so crazy, I wasn't sure what to believe. When Grandpa came back, there was an old woman with him. She introduced herself as Kei-san, and she handed me a small, crumpled piece of parchment. She said, "Here, take this and hold it." Then, she and Grandpa went upstairs to do something. I was left alone in the kitchen with my grandmother again. I needed to go to the toilet, so Granny followed me to the bathroom and wouldn't let me shut the door. I was beginning to get really frightened by all this. After a while, Grandpa and Kei-san took me upstairs, and they brought me into my bedroom. The windows, they were covered in newspaper, and lots of ancient runes had been written on them. There were small bowls of salt in all 4 corners of the room, and there was a small Buddha figure placed at the center of the room on top of a wooden box. There was also a bright blue bucket. "What's the bucket for?" I asked. "That's for you to use the bathroom," Grandpa replied. Kei-san sat me down on the bed and said, "Soon the sun will be setting, so listen carefully. You must stay in this room until tomorrow morning. You must not come out under any circumstances until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your grandmother and your grandfather, they will not speak to you or call you until then. Remember, do not leave the room for any reason until then. I will let your parents know what's going on." She spoke in such a grave tone that all I could do was quietly nod my head. "You have to follow Kei-san's instructions to the letter," Grandpa told me, "and never let go of the parchment she gave you. And if anything happens, pray to Buddha, and make sure you lock this door when we leave." They walked out into the hallway, and after saying goodbye to them, I closed the bedroom door and I locked it. I turned on the TV and I tried to watch, but I was just so nervous. I felt sick to my stomach. Grandma had left some snacks and rice balls for me, but I couldn't eat them. I felt like I was in prison, and I was very depressed and scared. I lay down on the bed and I waited. Before I knew it, I was asleep. When I woke up, it was just after 1 a.m. All of a sudden, I realized that something was tapping on the window. I felt the blood draining from my face, and my heart skipped a beat. I desperately tried to calm myself down. I was telling myself that it was just the wind playing tricks, or maybe the branches of a tree. I turned up the volume on the TV to drown out the tapping noise, and eventually, it stopped. That was when I heard my grandpa calling me. "Are you okay in there?" he asked. "If you're scared, you don't have to stay in there all alone. I can come in and keep you company." I smiled, and I rushed over to open the door. But then, I stopped in my tracks. I had goosebumps all over my body. It sounded like Grandpa's voice, but somehow, it was different. I couldn't tell what was different, but I just knew.
"What are you doing?"
Grandpa asked.
"You can open the door now."
I glanced to my left, and a chill went down my spine. The salt in the bowls, it was slowly turning black. I backed away from the door. My whole body was trembling with fear. I fell to my knees in front of the Buddha statue and clutched the piece of parchment tightly in my hand. I started desperately praying for help. "Please, please save me from Hakisha Kasama," I wailed. Then, I heard it. Outside the door.
Ho, 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 ho.
The tapping on the window started up again. I was overcome by fear, and I crouched there, in front of the statue, half crying and half praying for the rest of the night. I felt like it would never end. But eventually, finally, it was morning. The salt in all 4 of those bowls was pitch black. I checked my watch. It was 7:30 a.m. I cautiously opened the door. Grandma and Kei-san were standing outside waiting for me. When she saw my face, Grandma burst into tears. "I'm so glad you're still alive," she said. I went downstairs, and I was surprised to see my father and my mother sitting in the kitchen. Grandma came in, and she said, "Hurry up, we've got to get going." We went to the front door, and there was a large black van waiting in the driveway. Several men from the village were standing around it, pointing at me and whispering, "That's the boy." The van was a 9-seater, and they put me in the middle, surrounded by 8 men. Kei-san was in the driver's seat. The man on my left, he looked down at me and he said, "You've got yourself in quite a spot of trouble. I know you're probably worried. Just keep your head down and keep your eyes shut. We can't see it, but you can. Do not open your eyes until we've got you safely out of here." Grandpa drove in front, and my dad's car was following behind. When everyone was ready, our little convoy started moving. We were going fairly slow, around 20k an hour, or maybe less. After a while, Kei-san said, "This is where it gets hard," and she started muttering a prayer under her breath. That was when I heard the noise.
Ho, ho, ho.
I clutched the parchment Kei-san had given me, tightly in my hand. I kept my head down, but I just couldn't help myself. I peeked outside. I saw it. I saw her. A white dress, fluttering in the breeze. It was moving along with the van. It was Hakisha Kasama. She was outside the window, but she was keeping pace with us. And then, suddenly, she bent over and peered into the van. "No!" I gasped. The man beside me shouted, "Close your eyes!" I immediately shut my eyes as hard as I could, and I tightened my grip on the piece of parchment. And then the tapping began. The voice became louder. There was tapping on all the windows, all around us. All the men in the van were startled and on edge, muttering nervously to themselves. They couldn't see 8 feet tall, and they couldn't hear her voice, but they could hear her tapping on the windows. Kei-san started praying louder and louder until she was almost shouting. The tension inside that van was unbearable. After a while, the tapping finally stopped, and the voice disappeared. Kei-san looked back at us, and she said, "I think we're safe now." All of the men around me, they breathed a sigh of relief. The van pulled over to the side of the road, and the men got out. They transferred me into my dad's car. My mother held me close, and tears were running down her cheeks. Grandpa and my father, they bowed to the men, and they went on their way. Kei-san came to the window, and she asked me to show her the piece of parchment. When I opened my hand, I saw that it had gone completely black. "I think you will be okay now," she said. "But just to be sure, hold on to this for a while." She handed me a new piece of parchment. After that, we drove straight to the airport, and Grandpa saw us safely on the plane. When we took off, my parents breathed a deep sigh of relief. My father told me that he had heard about 8 feet tall before. Years ago, his friend had been liked by her. The boy disappeared, and he was never seen again. My father said there were other people who had been liked by her too, and lived to tell about it. They all had to leave Japan and settle down in foreign countries. They were never able to go back to their homeland. She always chooses children as her victims. They say it's because children are dependent on their parents and family members. This makes them easier to deceive when she poses as their relatives. My father also told me that the men in the van were all blood relatives of mine, and that's why they had been sitting all around me, and why my father and Grandpa had been driving in front and back. It was all done to try and confuse Hakisha Kasama. It took a while to contact everyone and get them all together, so that was why I had to be confined in the room all night. He told me that one of the little Jizo statues, the ones that were meant to keep her trapped, had been broken, and that's how she escaped. It gave me the chills. I was glad when we finally got back home. All of this happened more than 10 years ago. I haven't seen my grandparents since then. I haven't been able to so much as set foot in the country. Afterwards, I would call them every few weeks and talk to them on the phone. Over the years, I tried to convince myself that it was just an urban legend, that everything that happened was just some elaborate prank. But I'm not so sure. My grandfather, he died 2 years ago. When he was sick, he wouldn't allow me to visit him, and he left strict instructions in his will that I was not to attend his funeral. It was all very sad. My grandmother called me a few days ago. She said that she had been diagnosed with cancer. She missed me terribly and wanted to see me one last time before she died. "Are you sure, Grandma?" I asked. "Is it safe?" "It's been 10 years," she said. "All that happened a long time ago. It's all forgotten. You're all grown up now. I'm sure there won't be a problem." But what about Hakisha Kasama?" I said. For a moment, there was silence on the other end of the phone. And then, I heard it, coming through the receiver.
Who? 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 Who?
Sorry for the gap, folks. We had a cattle drive to do. Anyway, this one's a pretty recent and tragic story. One that made a big impact on the farm as a community. Way out here, we don't get a lot of tourists. There are more famous places, more noteworthy sights, than most of what you can find around our place. That said, we do get a steady trickle of backpackers. Generally the kind who have hired or bought a crappy old van and just pick a direction and start driving. Oftentimes, we put these folks up at the farm. We might even employ some of them, cash in hand, for a few weeks. Works for us and for them. We get some extra labour when we need it, and they get a bit more cash to carry on their trip. It's not technically legal, but way out here, you learn to bend the rules and take any extra help you can get. I would guess we normally see 4 or 5 backpackers every month or so. 2 summers ago, we had a group of 4 Germans come through the place in a beaten old Mitsubishi van. They'd asked around town, looking for a good spot to camp away from the world for a week or so, and eventually they'd been sent up to our place. Along one of the small rivers flowing through the station, there's a series of billabongs, almost completely unspoiled and well beyond the areas where we regularly run cattle. They were friendly enough. 2 couples around my age, and Dad loves meeting travellers, so he insisted they have lunch with us while we showed him where to go. Dad's never really been off the farm, apart from a few trips into the city, and I think he's fascinated by the idea of travelling. He chatted with them for a couple of hours over a few beers, sharing stories, before he pulled out the map and showed them the best way to get to the billabongs. As they prepared to leave, he gave them the same warning he'd always given me. "Now listen, just be sure you stay well clear of the furthest billabong," pointing to a spot on the map. "It's got really steep rocky walls around it, and it can flood without rain anywhere near here. It's also the deepest of the billabongs by far, and it flows through a narrow chasm at the downstream end. You can get sucked under by the current while it looks glass calm. And there's all sorts of shit to get tangled in at the bottom. Walk along the walls at the top if you like. There's a good track that runs along about 20 metres above the water. But never go down to the water's edge. And definitely don't swim in it." They all nodded their assent. We all shook hands and sent them on their way. They'd be out there for at least a week, and they promised to check back in on their way out. So we went about our day as the van trundled off in a cloud of dust. It must have been just before sundown, 6 days later, that one of the women of the group came stumbling back into camp, wearing nothing but bikini bottoms, covered in dust and blood and sobbing, her feet torn to shreds. It must have taken her a full day or more to follow the road back to the farmhouse on foot. She was clearly in shock, I quickly ran to her. I carried her the last few 100 metres into the farmhouse. Her appearance had set off an explosion of activity. Dad helped me to get her into a cool bath and clean her injuries and combat a full day being exposed to the blazing summer sun, wincing as the water found her wounds and she screamed. He sent farmhands to call an ambulance and gather medical supplies, and the housemaid to find a gown or something for her to wear when the ambulance did arrive. We bathed her as best we could, but she was clearly not in her right mind. She had heat stroke and shock, and she made it difficult. She said nothing we could really interpret, although she kept repeating words. They were all in German. Dad and I stayed with her until the ambulance arrived about 90 minutes later. And once she was safely off to hospital, Dad grabbed me by the shoulders. "Go and get a couple of the boys and meet me at the shed as quick as you can. Oh, and grab some rifles too." I frowned, but the tone of his voice snapped me into gear, and we were soon bouncing off down the road toward the billabongs. Dad was shaking his head and muttering as I guided the four-wheel drive over the rough road as fast as I could. Even with all the weirdness out here, I didn't understand the rifles. It was clear they weren't just for, just in case. If we all had one. And if Dad, infirm as he was coming along, I felt like something really bad had happened. Dad confirmed my fears when he directed me towards the last billabong, but he was slightly reticent when I asked him about it. "I didn't tell you kids to stay away from that billabong because of the current." That was all he would say, for the moment. As we came over the final rise and down the steep embankment to the billabong, my heart leapt straight into my throat. Lying on its side, roof smashed in and surrounded by shattered glass, was the backpacker's van. I shot Dad a questioning look, and he sighed. "Listen, this billabong, it's home to something big. I've never seen it myself, but my father told me he used to lose cattle to it all the time. When it took a drover, the billabong here became off limits. That's why we don't run them out here anymore. That's why I always told you kids to stay away." "But why not tell the truth, Dad? With all the shit that goes on out here, we'd have believed it for sure." "Because of everyone else who comes out here, who isn't familiar with the way it works. I needed to be sure that you kids would tell the same story I did. Kids talk, and if people hear stories of monsters, they'll eventually be curious enough to check it out. On the other hand, tell them there's a better than even chance they'll drown, and folks are smart enough to stay away. Well, normally." He nodded to the trashed van. "This billabong is far enough away from the others we've never had a problem. I should have known someday someone would be stupid enough to come down here." Cautiously, we got out of the car and surveyed the scene. The van had clearly been smashed into from the water with tremendous force. But it was what lay just behind it that saw the bile rise in my throat. "Listen, I live on a farm. I've seen plenty of death. Mostly animals, sure. But there was one time we lost a farmhand in an accident on a four-wheeler. Still, nothing can prepare you for the sight of a human torso, mangled and severely messed through the midriff. I felt dizzy and ill and anguished by the carnage on the shore of the billabong. Dad squeezed my shoulders gently, trying to be reassuring in the face of utter horror. I forced myself to move past the shattered body of the poor backpacker and follow the men further around the billabong. We were careful not to get too close to the water, I noticed, as I mirrored the others. The billabong itself was eerily dark. The water, stained, almost black, by tannins from the surrounding vegetation. One of the guys, he pointed to the shore, a little distance to our right amongst a tangle of roots. I noticed something pale, floating on the slick black water. Oh God, a severed arm. I briefly wondered if there was a croc in the billabong, but that didn't make any sense. We're way too far south. What the fuck did this? I breathed, more to myself than anyone. Dad just shook his head. This is my fault. I should have stopped people from bloody well coming out here altogether. I thought... The sentence died in his throat as he choked back tears. In all my life, I have only ever seen my father, a tough man of the land, shed a tear 3 times. His remorse here was almost palpable. I was staring vacantly into the water, wondering what had become of the other poor bastards in the van. When I first noticed, it was moving, almost imperceptibly. We might have been ambushed, if not for that bit of luck. Guys, let's get back from the water a bit. The moment we did, as though enraged by our audacity at moving beyond ambush range, something burst out of the deeper middle of the lagoon in a torrent of spray, halting just at the water's edge. We all scrambled back as whatever was obscured by the foam let out a monumental roar. The small wall of displaced water seething outwards and over our feet, giving way to a beast that I thought was a myth, even with all the other weird shit out here. It stood maybe 8 feet high at the shoulder, covered in short, thick fur, entwined with algae, and matted down by the black water of the billabong. The shape was reminiscent of a giant sloth, or maybe a wombat, standing on 4 legs, all muscle and sinew, thick and stocky and strong. A broad head and a snubbed face held 2 wide-set yellow eyes, while the short snout boasted 2 scimitar-like teeth sweeping from the top jaw to below the bottom. It looked right at us and bellowed again, pawing at the water in preparation for a charge.
Mother of fuck! It's a dead set fucking bunyip!
One of the men raised a rifle, and Dad barked a negative. That thing's built like a truck. All you'll do is piss the fucker off. Let's all slowly and quietly get back to the cruiser and just leave well enough alone, yeah? The bunyip stood there, snorting and snarling, weighing up the threat. We crept back to the car, as meekly as we could, not wanting to incur the wrath of the beast any further. It growled at us while we inched our way to the relative safety, slinking into the car and quietly shutting the doors. Then I fired it up and all hell broke loose. As the old 4-wheel drive coughed to life, a shudder went through the beast. It lowered its head and bellowed again. And then it charged. I didn't even think. I just slammed the 4-wheel drive into gear and floored it, spinning around and roaring up the embankment as quickly as the old girl would take us. The rearview mirror was filled with churning soil and water. There was a terrible crash as the bunyip smashed through the already crushed van. And then we crested the rise and caught some speed. A terrifying roar rang out from behind us, and we were clear. We didn't know what to do for a bit, just kinda floating around and digesting what had just happened. Dad got the cops out, but there wasn't much they could do. They listed the deaths as drownings. Sad that the real reason couldn't be given to the families, but it makes sense, I suppose. Like Dad said, there's always someone looking for a cheap thrill who's going to bite off a lot more than they can chew. The one survivor didn't remember a lot about what had happened. She claimed that something had yanked her under the water, and then the next thing she remembered was the road to the farmstead. All the billabongs are off limits to visitors these days. Now that we know for sure what's there, we can't let people go out there. As for the bunyip, it seems to keep to itself since. I don't know what riled it up so badly, but we eventually did go back out there and retrieve a few things for the families, and we were completely left alone. I did feel at one point like it was watching me. Every ripple grabbing my full attention, fully expecting the appearance of the supposedly mythical animal. Someone, a few months later, they suggested dynamiting the billabong. But Dad and I, we just couldn't do it. It went against everything we stand for in terms of conservation. And we've genuinely got no idea how the thing would react anyway. So we leave him alone. I think it's for the best. Danny's parents told him never to go into the basement. I was over at his place the first time he tried to open that thick, dark oak door. I remember, we were 7 at the time, I think, him flashing me that cheeky, lopsided smile before standing on his tiptoes and straining for the handle. I remember his dad snatching him away a second later and slamming him back down next to me with a force that brought tears to Danny's eyes. Mr. Johnson was a very big man, and although I'd known him all my life, he'd always been a slight source of fear for me. As I grew older, this infantile nervousness around him subsided a little, but he always made me wary. Mr. Johnson knelt, gripping Danny's shoulders. His face was red with anger, but he also looked shaken. I noticed he was trembling, almost as much as his son. "Listen to me, Danny." His voice, it cut like a knife. "You never, ever open that door. Do you understand me? Never. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. Under no circumstances do you go in there." And then he bundled his snivelling son into a tight hug before inviting us to come watch cartoons. Afterwards, I had asked Danny what was behind the door. He had told me, in a roundabout way, that it was his basement. He seemed only half interested in the conversation, always distracted by the tinkle of an ice cream truck or an interesting stick. Danny's zealous imagination could take anything innocuous, anything everyday, and turn it into something extraordinary. Sometimes, I thought he could actually see things he dreamed up. Danny and I had always been friends. We were never really given a choice in the matter. Our families neighboured each other directly, and our parents had known each other since college. They just heaped the infant Danny and I together and waited for a bond to grow. And there was a bond. In the simplest sense, we were best friends. We were always together, in the same class at school, in the same scout group. We even ducked in and out of each other's houses like they were connected. For me, there did not exist a life where Danny wasn't there to get me into trouble, or to get me out of it. Of course, we did have our differences. I was always the quiet one, good in school, rarely to be found without my nose in a book. Indeed, if it had not been for the influence of the popular and gregarious Danny, I might well have been subject to a harsh teasing throughout my education. That was how our unspoken trade-off played out. Danny would vouch for me amongst our peers, seeing that I was invited to games of tag and birthday parties. And as for me, I would help Danny with his schoolwork. He never had much of a head for sums or science, but his weakest spot was English, spelling, creative writing, a point of humiliation for Danny. He could never wrap his brain around which words fit to which meaning, or which meaning fit to which word, or what the word was for a particular meaning, etc., etc. Looking back, he was at the very least dyslexic, and probably had other conditions which meant he struggled in school. Sorry, let me get to the point. Danny's parents told him never to go into the basement, and after that first incident, met by harsh parental discipline, he obeyed the command. Whenever we were at his house, he would stick strictly to his room, or the lounge or the garden. But over time, as it always did, Danny's insatiable curiosity grew. His 8-year-old brain feared punishment too much to try to open that door again without intel on what lay behind it. And any questions directed at his parents about the contents of the basement were either ignored or met with rebuking. His parents probably rightly realized that if Danny were to gain the smallest morsel of information about that room, or catch the tiniest glimpse of what lay inside, then his wild imagination would create the other pieces of the puzzle, causing his curiosity to become too much to bear. After a few months, Danny would often bring up the basement in conversation, presenting in childhood dialect his latest speculations on what could be in there to my appraising ear. An alien egg, a robot clone, a baby dragon. For my part, I was not terribly interested in the contents of my neighbour's basement, as well as being too timid to ever aid Danny in a break-in. Danny was convinced that his parents were hiding something in there, and it was precisely his parents' caginess in the face of inquisition which strengthened his theory. His older brother, Aaron, 15, only laughed when Danny brought his theories to him and called him retarded. Then one day, something changed. That morning, when Danny came galloping from his front door to join me in our walk to school, there was this strange air about him. He kept on shooting me sideways looks and suppressed smiles, as if he knew a secret and was bursting to tell. Of course, knowing Danny, his lips did not remain sealed. "There's a man in the basement." The words came tumbling out of his mouth in a pile, leaving him panting. It caught me off guard. My rational brain couldn't comprehend such an offload of information. What do you mean?" I heard him whispering through the floor. He heard me, and I unlocked the door. Dad was at work. I opened the door, and there were these dark steps. and I could see the man down there, and... Wait, Danny. You really saw a man in your basement? Yeah. I heard him whispering through the floor, whispering for help. Stop messing with me, man. No, I swear. I double, triple swear. Only this most sacred of oaths made me pause in my denial of Danny's story. For the first time, I let the thought cross my mind. Was it true? I began to question him, hesitantly. Okay, slow down. What about your dad? I told you, Cam. He was working late. Your mum? She was home, but I couldn't just ignore it. She'll kill you if she catches you, man. She won't. I shut the door afterwards. So, he just whispered? Through the floor? Yeah. He must have heard me walking around or something. The house was really quiet. I heard him whispering. I put my ear to the floor, near the mouldy floorboard. You know where I mean. And I could hear him. His voice was really scratchy, like he had a cold or something. He sounded pretty cuckoo. Kept repeating himself, asking for help over and over, mumbling about being alone in the dark or something. I resigned myself, reluctantly, to belief. Dude, that's really weird. You should tell your parents, I advised. Here's the thing, Cam, Danny whispered, voice crackling with excitement. What if they're keeping him in there? No, man, that's crazy. What are you talking about? You remember that film that Aaron showed us? The one Mum got mad at him about. There was that guy, scientist? That's what I was gonna say. That mad scientist. He kept those two dudes in the basement, all chained up. He put that needle in them. You know, when their eyes exploded. Both of us paused to screw our faces up in disgust at the memory. And then he came in with that knife, and they were screaming. And then Mum walked in and switched it off. What if that's what Mum and Dad are doing? Keeping that man down in the basement? I took a moment to digest this. Think about it, Cam. All the facts add up. This was a catchphrase that Danny had learned on TV. Faced with Danny's, to me, flawless logic, I had no choice but to agree. Looking back, I find it strange, partially on my part but more so on Danny's, how we were able to establish such a mental disconnect, how we could wholeheartedly believe that Mr. and Mrs. Johnson were carrying out the actions of a serial killer, and yet harbour no ill feelings toward them. In Danny's case, love them. Our attitude towards them did not change at all. Sometimes, we forget how simple the mind of a child really is, how innocent, and conversely, how easy to shatter. Danny filled me in further, explaining how the man had been on all fours at the bottom of the dark steps, and how thin and bony he had looked. Danny seemed to imply at one point that he had made direct eye contact with the man, but he appeared to grow slightly uncomfortable at that point. Quickly, he moved on with his description of the event. He'd been about to go down those steps when he heard his mum calling him from upstairs. Then, he had exited the basement, locking the door and replacing the key behind the toaster, where he knew his dad kept it. Over the next week, Danny updated me regularly. He had been unable to find a moment where it was possible to open the door again, but he told me that a few quiet moments in the evenings, he had whispered through the floor to the man, and the man had occasionally whispered back. He was careful never to let his parents catch these strange conversations. Doing so would alert them to the fact that he knew their secret. He was always vague about the exact contents of these talks through the floor. I took this as a way of him guarding his secret, like a serpent guards its hoard of treasure. But that Sunday, Danny granted me access to the treasure trove. Like most Sundays, I arrived at his house early in the morning, ready for a day of cartoons and fort building. But as soon as Danny had closed the door to his bedroom, he explained that he had a new item on the agenda. "You're going to talk to him today." I didn't have to ask who he meant. Looking back, I'm not sure I even wanted to take part in this eerie ritual. I'm sure I was terrified by the idea of whispering to an unknown man underneath the floor. Danny led me downstairs, leading me over to the spot near the mouldy floorboard, his communication link. He made me kneel down, put my ear to the floor, and speak. As it was, I only had to listen. No sooner did my ear touch the floor than it was assailed by a strange sound, almost like a stormy wind or nails on a blackboard. Straining my hearing, I could make out sounds, and then words, then sentences. My brain came to terms with the fact that it was all true, that there really was a man, this man, mere meters below me. I jumped up with a start, heart suddenly racing, sending Danny into fits of giggles. But I was not laughing. There was something altogether not right about what was happening. My young mind couldn't place it exactly, but it had something to do with that awful, rasping voice. Slowly this time, I dipped my head again, paying attention to what was being whispered to me.
Hey, you still there? Help me. Please, kid, you gotta help me. There's nothing down here but the shadows. Shadows all around. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help.
This frantic repetition did not come with a rise in pitch or even a waver in tone or consistency. The whisperer spat the words out at a ferocious rate, concentrating only on clarity and speed. They whispered as someone who has learned that they must whisper, regardless of how much they want to scream. But slowly, as I listened to the repetition, the begging for aid, I detected a rising urgency. No. Was it anger? Yes, it was discernible now. A clear and growing hatred behind the words.
Little shit, I'm begging you. Please, I'm fucking begging you. Come down here and help me. What are you doing? Help me.
And then, as I listened in petrified silence, not breathing, just listening, he began to say other things. I'm not going to write them down here. I haven't spent 20 years in therapy trying to burn them from my mind to write them down here. Just know that from what he said and how he said it, all I could think was that this man, this wretched thing below me, was the most desperate person I had ever come into contact with. To prostrate himself like that, to abase himself, to make himself little better than an animal. It made me think that he was absolutely terrified out of his mind. I had heard enough. I turned my ear away from that crack in the floor. And I had made my mistake. I looked down. It was only for a second, and a second was all it took. I saw his eye. In that dark crack, I saw what I first thought to be a big fat cockroach or a bulging woodlouse. Some kind of rotund insect, bulbous and chittering. Then, the ruptured, dirty, brown, shell-like lid opened. Time slowed down. The roomy, red-tinted pupil frantically flitting, resting on me. The eye was milky white, with collections of dank, yellow goop collecting in the corners. Veins bulged across its surface, giving the impression that it was about to burst. I couldn't look away. I felt like that blighted eye was staring straight into my soul, like a madman, a wild thing. I fell back, letting out a cry of fear. I pushed past Danny, running out that front door, tears streaming down my cheeks. I didn't stop until I was under the covers of my own bed, choking sobs echoing into my pillow. I wouldn't tell my parents what was wrong. Looking back, I wish I had. After a while, guilt and boredom conquered my fear, and I returned to Danny's house. He let me in sheepishly, treading on eggshells around me, unsure of what had caused my reaction. I found my outburst to be humiliating, and I resolved myself to pretending nothing had happened. Yet, I still refused to look over at that door, or to the spot on the floor where that voice had whispered to me. That evening, shortly before I returned to my own home for supper, Danny and I sat on his bed, talking. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what are you going to do about him?" A brief moment of hesitation, remembering that horrible eye emerging from the dark. "Well, Gee, man, I don't know. What do you mean?" "You're really going to let your parents just keep him down there? He doesn't sound like he's having fun." "You're right." Danny's eyes gleamed. I should rescue him." "No, Danny. I meant like tell Mrs. Carter or somebody." But Danny was far away, imagining himself playing the part of a hero. Crowds thanking him, the president meeting him, all the chocolates he could eat. I realized that he would not be persuaded. I'm going to get him out. I don't think that's such a good idea. What about your parents, Danny? If they catch you, they won't catch me. I'm quick, and I've opened the door before, remember? Besides, Danny attempted a macho persona. "What are they gonna do? Ground me? No cartoons for a week?" he scoffed. Where before, punishment had been enough of a threat to deter him, it now was useless. Danny had too much to gain. "No, Danny!" I attempted to put into words a concept my young mind could not fully realize. Something unpleasant. A darkness hatching at the back of my brain. Something beyond being grounded. Something beyond a simplistic idea that a parent loves you no matter what. I also think that I did not believe, in my heart of hearts, that Mr. and Mrs. Johnson were truly capable of holding someone in their basement against his will. That they were truly capable of hurting Danny. My warning came out as a vague and feeble squeak. I think that if they catch you, they're gonna do something really bad. But Danny was not listening. He explained to me how, that night, after his parents had gone to bed, he would sneak downstairs, grab the key from its hiding place behind the toaster, unlock the door, and go down those dark, dark steps and bring the man in his basement into the light. He said that he would be extra careful, and if he heard his parents coming, he would just lock the door and hide. As I left that evening, he told me that he would tell me all about his escapade the next morning on our walk to school. Looking back, I marvel at how we could have possibly thought that our daily routine would remain the same. That night, I was racked with fear. Not the same fear as I had felt after seeing that eye that was short and sharp and painful, like an electric shock. No, this fear was far worse. It was slow and creeping, slithering around in the pit of my stomach, strangling me. I didn't touch my food, and I was sent to bed early, my parents thinking I was ill. Danny's parents told him never to go into the basement. And the next day, Danny was gone. I waited for some time on the sidewalk outside his house, praying to see that cheeky, lopsided smile. But he never came. Eventually, Mrs. Johnson saw me through the front window, and she came out. "Is Danny sick?" I asked. I already knew, though, what was coming. "No," she said. "We thought he had gone to yours." A look of fear spread over Mrs. Johnson's face, and the nightmare began. Over the next 3 months, I got accustomed to seeing the flashing lights of police cars and seeing cops coming and going through the Johnsons' home. At first, the Johnsons were panicked. There was no sign of a break-in. The front door was still locked, and the neighborhood was so friendly. Everyone knew each other. There was absolutely nothing which could explain Danny's disappearance. I remember, after the first week, adults began talking in hushed tones. That must have been when they made the development in the case. On the third day, the story made it into the local news. The Johnsons were interviewed outside their home. In the short time, their initial panic had faded to anguish and despair. At least, from the outside. Only I knew the truth. Danny had been caught. His parents had done something horrible to him. If I had been afraid of Mr. Johnson before, I couldn't be in the same room as him now. I tried to tell anyone who would listen of my secret insight, but no one would pay it any notice. Indeed, I was scolded by my parents for being insensitive and inappropriate. Over the years, I stopped trying to convince people. My pain just became a numb, Danny-shaped hole. But I never forgot. When I was older, probably around 13, my mother decided it was time for me to know the truth of the case. What they found at the end of the first week. She explained that Danny's house didn't have a basement. Behind that thick, dark oak door, there was an old, unused supply closet. His parents told Danny to never, ever go in there because they stored bleach and other harmful chemicals inside. Danny had never been told it was a basement. That was pure speculation become fact, a product of his troubles with words and his overreactive imagination. Inside that closet, behind mops and boxes of clutter, the police had found a hole. The bricks and planks of one corner ripped away. In that hole, there was a dark, dark flight of steps, formed from rubble and broken stones. The dark, dark steps led down into the large sewage tunnel directly beneath the Johnsons' house. In the sewage tunnel, they found many things. A used mattress, a kitchen knife, the opening that had been made in the top of the tunnel, the chair which had been used to reach the floorboards of Danny's living room to whisper through. There was writing on the wall, scribblings about shadows and being alone in the dark. Danny hadn't been caught. Unfortunately for him, he had made it down there. The police searched the local sewage network and its reservoirs. Nothing. Eventually, they found the last clue that they would ever find. Several miles away, in an old decrepit storm drain. Danny's watch, half submerged in the mud and slime, and a single, bloody handprint made by a small hand against the wall of the drain, elongated along its length, where someone had fought desperately to not be dragged away. I had been wrong. The voice, the one I had heard under the floor that day, wasn't the voice of a man filled with terror. It was the voice of a man who was utterly, utterly deranged. City apartments are rough. My first two places were both basements, because that's what you can afford these days if you're looking to live alone. Third place, no lie, had a window facing a brick wall only 3 feet away. I was never looking for a spectacular view. I just wanted a decent window. Until last month, when I got one. I moved in December 1st to this super small but super decent apartment, only a few minutes walk from the subway. The main living space extended from the kitchen, and a flimsy, sliding door separated that from a small bedroom space. And the east wall of that bedroom space? A floor-to-ceiling window. Sure, it only overlooked community housing building, but my God, the air, the sounds, the sunlight, it was perfect, and so shockingly affordable. I'll make a note here that I've never been much of a horror movie person, just never caught my interest. So when I couldn't find any bug reports on the building, It just seemed like a lucky break. Anyway, after settling my debt with my moving helpers, a 6-pack of beer and a large pizza, obviously, they were off on their way, and I began putting together my home. I started with the Wi-Fi and living space so I could work some tunes. Then, I unboxed some stuff for the kitchen. As I was sliding some plates into my cupboard, a knock came at my door. Shit, maybe my music was too loud. Standing on the other side of the door was a small woman wearing a hijab. I smiled, apologetically. Sorry, is my music too loud? No, it's fine. The walls here are good, she assured me. I wanted to say hello, welcome you to the building. Oh, I hadn't expected such a warm reception. I'd never been greeted by a neighbour in any of my previous places. Thanks so much. I'm Lewis. She shook my hand. I'm Quibbler. Love to meet you. She peered into my apartment. This looks good. Do you need curtains? I can give you some. I have extra. Thanks, but I'll get around to it. I'm excited to get some December sunlight coming through, I said with a laugh. But she did not laugh. It's no problem. They're lovely curtains, and you need your privacy, she said. I chuckled, feeling some tension in the air. I'll make sure I get some curtains up soon. Again, no reaction from my neighbour. A moment later, she forced a small laugh and then nodded. If you need anything, I'm down the hall, 1710. She nodded once more, before turning away and retreating down the hall. I waved as I watched her go. Nice lady. Bit odd though. Which brings us to my first night. Dark hit hard and fast, but there were a couple of yellowed streetlights bathing the street and parking lot outside. And the man who was yelling. It started just as I was laying down on my bed. A senseless hollering, strings of profanity mixed with accusations at no one. But I'm not new to the city. I was near community housing, a place where folks with severe mental illness can very much end up. So above all else, I knew to be patient. Maybe this was why the place cost so little. Although, it would have to be pretty extreme for that much of a price decrease. This thought set me on edge. About an hour after the noise ebbing and flowing, I brought myself up and out of bed and to the window. I looked out over the cold street and watched the snow get caught up in gusts and brought to the man. He walked in jerky circles, flailing his limbs from time to time. I raised a hand and touched the cold glass. And at that moment, he spun around and faced me, as if he could hear the barest touch. He froze. No more noise, no more circles. He just stared back up at me. He couldn't have possibly been staring at me. I was standing in my dark room, alone, 17 stories up. But from everything I could tell, from every instinct, he was standing in that parking lot, leaning at the slightest angle, head cocked right up at me. This wasn't good. I took a step backwards, still watching him. The moment I moved, he broke into a dead sprint. He was running directly at me. My heart leapt, but I was inside. There were many locked doors between myself and him. It was fine. That didn't stop me from running to my apartment door and triple checking that it was indeed still locked. And then, watching my apartment door from my kitchen table. Then, watching the street from my window to see if I could see him again. then the kitchen, then the window. It was not a great night. The next morning, as I opened my door, it pushed against something. I full-on panicked for a moment, but then I realized it was a bundled-up window curtain with a note attached. For the nights, they are not people. They are cold. Quibbler. This was unsettling for sure, but also, on a different level, incredibly insulting. Was she talking about the community housing folk? They were sick, not people. I let my indignant humanitarian side overpower my anxiousness, and I tossed the curtain inside and continued on my way. I got a donut and some bad brew at the coffee shop. I found out they only operate from 9 to 5, and this is not ideal for late night cravings, and I headed off to work. Night number 2. Things were much quieter. I didn't hear a sound above the passing night traffic as I lay down to sleep. This felt much more comforting. And then, it wasn't. It was too damn quiet. There were other people in this building. There was the community housing just across the street. So why was it so quiet? I stood up again and wandered to the window. Nothing of note out there. No folks wandering the street. Only difference from the night before was one streetlight had started flickering. Maybe I was just getting in my head over all this. And it was then I saw the group on the balcony. 5 people stood on a balcony of the community housing building, about 5 stories higher than myself. I could not entirely tell if they were speaking or anything from this far. But one thing was for sure. Each stood facing out. Facing me. Staring at me. I whispered some curse under my breath and immediately turned to grab that curtain near my front door. I stomped through my house, hoping the sound of my own movement would help me to establish some sort of connection to reason. I was imagining things. I was getting worked up over nothing. But if the curtain would help me feel better, easy as that, let's get it up. I got back to my room just in time to see them jump. In unison, each of the 5 people on the balcony easily climbed over the rail and stepped off, still staring directly at me through my window. I dropped the curtain in terror and shouted at them to stop. I scrambled to find my phone and dialed 911 while I made a mad dash out of my apartment and into the elevator. Police and ambulance were on their way. As the elevator rang at ground floor, I ran out of my building and into the cold. And holy shit, it was cold. The biting night stung at my skin all over. Seeing as I'd left wearing only my PJs and slippers, I ran across the quiet road and past the shop to the building, dreading what I was about to see. There, they stood. That's all. 5 figures I'd seen only moments ago, plummeting from over 20 stories, standing stiffly but casually, looking at me with blank eyes. Nothing seemed to be wrong with them physically. I saw no signs of injury, but behind those eyes, I could not quite tell what I was seeing. I walked closer to the building scanning the area to see if I was wrong, if it was a different group of people, but only came back to them as sirens began blaring. They walked back inside. My mind was a mess. I felt like I was going completely insane as the police spoke with me. But I held my composure, and I assured them that my eyes simply must have been playing tricks on me in the night. The sirens slowly retreated back into the city. I slammed my fist against Quiebler's door the next day. It opened, only a few inches, revealing a chain lock and just her eyes. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "You didn't put up the curtain?" she asked, as if this was just some normal irritation. "How is a damn curtain gonna stop people jumping from fucking buildings?" I demanded. "They can see you well in the dark. They've noticed you. They won't hurt you, but they'll want to be close," she said, as calmly as always. "What do these people want?" "They aren't people, and they want to be warm." I sputtered, wordless. How do you even respond to that? "Put the curtains up. It might not stop it anymore, but it will give you peace of mind." And that was all she said, before closing her door again. So I did just that. I put up the curtain, and I started looking for another apartment. I didn't know what was going on, but I could stay here the 2 necessary months and head out without messing up my finances too bad. My last night, the curtains were drawn shut and my lights were all off, leaving me in pitch darkness. But there was no way I was getting to sleep. The past 2 days were running through my head on an endless loop. What was happening in that building with those people? They were people, right? A quiet noise caught my attention. Barely a noise, really. Like the sound of a mouse squeaking in the wall. It would be nice to have a normal issue, like mice. The same sound, but slightly louder. I curled up in my bed. I didn't want to deal with anything tonight, but I also knew no sleep was coming if I didn't deal with whatever was causing this sound. I slumped out of my bed and I listened closely, tilting my head towards the wall. Silence. Maybe I should just attempt to sleep through it. A singular, clicking noise, like hail falling against glass. There was a chance I was just hearing something coming from outside, and I was fine. Or, far from fine. "They won't hurt you." I shuffled toward the window. "They aren't people, and they want to be warm." I pulled the curtain aside. Darkness. No streetlight. No snow. Nothing. Just the same darkness as my room. I furrowed my brow, absolutely lost. I hit the switch on my lamp. Naked bodies, stuck to the glass from the outside. Awfully contorted, impaled bodies, all trying to touch as much of their flesh as possible to the glass dividing us. Their skin folded and flattened in still life before me, with patches of hair and scars and disease. The various faces clouded the window with their heavy breath, tongues and teeth pressed hard, almost like a sucker fish, plastered and frozen in ecstasy. No, not suckerfish, more like moths. I screamed, and fell back, holding the bile trying to shoot up. I huddled into a fetal position, rolled away from the sight before me, and I can only describe it as I lost my mind. I don't remember much until dawn came and I saw light piercing through my unmarred window. I left that day. I went to a friend's place and stayed on their couch. My friends and a couple of cousins I have here in the city had to go and get my belongings. They all think I just had some sort of random psychological meltdown. It took me this long to get to the point where I'm even considering leaving this house and going back to work. I'm going to live with my friends for a while. And if I do someday get a place again, I am so fine with basements. My family and I moved into 413 Rutherford Lane around 6 months ago. It seemed like a nice enough house, fairly large with a wide porch and a big backyard. I know almost nothing about architecture, otherwise I'd try to describe it better. But among the houses of our neighbourhood, ours is distinctive. Despite the numerous quirks about the house and the property on which it sits, one feature in particular has persistently drawn my curiosity. A door off of the upstairs hallway that leads to nowhere. You may have seen doors like this before in older homes, a remnant of a balcony that's no longer there or something similar. But this door is different from all the other doors in the house. It's a bit taller and narrower than the rest, and in spite of the crooked door frame, its door fits perfectly. Now, understand, there is a door on the outside of the house to match the inside, but that door looks shorter, more even. Maybe it's just the 15 or so feet between the door and the ground that makes it look that way. But it's still strange, and it locks from the outside. When we moved in, my sister hated the door, almost as much as I was fascinated by it. It was right next to her bedroom, and around a week into living in the house, we were all awoken by her scream in the middle of the night. My mum and dad came into the hallway before I did, but I arrived in time to hear her ranting about hearing a knock from the other side of the door. My dad assured her that it was nothing, a bad dream or possibly a bird pecking at the wood. But Rachel insisted that it was a knock. I wish that I had listened. I wish that I had believed her. The nighttime screams continued as the weeks passed, and 2 months ago, my mum and dad convinced me to switch rooms with Rachel on account of me being such a brave older brother. My old room had been bigger, but I got the promise of a new computer out of the exchange, so it was a sacrifice I was willing to make. I didn't hear any knocking on my first night in the room, but around 10 p.m, I did become aware of an uncomfortable heat and humidity that my old room did not have. It was almost as though a sort of reverse air conditioner had been turned on. I tried to explain it away in my mind. Perhaps the old house was as patchwork as the door suggested, the heating uneven. Truthfully, it wasn't creepy. just different. I slept fitfully that night, and the next few after, waking up drenched in sweat as my dad grumbled about home inspections and the cost of repairs. I suppose he might have been relieved a week later, when the issue seemed to resolve itself. But that night, I heard the knocking too. Honestly, despite Rachel's state of fear over the whole thing, I half expected it to be a light tap, like the kind a branch makes against a window in the storm. Instead, I was awoken from a dead sleep by a loud banging. I remember thinking in that moment that I could figure out what it was. I wasn't exactly scared, startled certainly, but I was more curious than anything else. I jumped out of bed and ran into the hall. Whatever I was expecting to see in the darkness of the hallway as I rounded the corner towards the door, it wasn't my sister. She stood directly in front of it, facing away from me, and she was swaying from side to side, ever so slightly. "Rachel, what are you doing?" Something about the way she was breathing made me uneasy, and she didn't look back to me, even when she responded.
"He's been here so long,"
she said. I had no clue who she meant, but I took a tentative step forward. I jumped back as I watched the door frame cough dust into still air. It wasn't a knocking, it was a pounding. A sound that should have definitely woken my light-sleeping mother, if not both of my parents. But I heard no stirring afterwards, just the sound of my heartbeat and my sister's even breaths. I was shaking. My sister hadn't reacted in the slightest. She just stood, rooted to the floor, gently swaying with an unnerving fluidity. "Rachel," I whispered. I remember my voice trembling as I braced for another step, another wood-cracking slam. I stepped. No knock. I stepped again. Silence. 2 more steps, and I had gotten to Rachel. The steady breaths, the swaying. Her eyes were closed. She was sleeping.
"He's been here so long, so long, so long,"
she said. I heard her repeating it over and over again. But as I stood next to her, looking at her face, a chill ran down my spine. I could hear her, but the movement of her lips did not match the words they made. I shouted for my mum and dad, but as soon as my voice began to rise, the small alcove where the door was situated rattled with the angry slams, and as I stood, petrified, I suddenly became aware of the humid heat. It was the same as the heat that I'd felt in my new room, but far more oppressive and enveloping. There was a weight to it, a drowsy sort of blanketing weight. I don't remember much of what happened next, other than my eyes fluttering and my body sagging. I must have lost consciousness. In fact, I'm sure I did. But before everything went black, I distinctly remember the doorknob turning and the door creaking open. The next thing I remember was walking down a hallway without the faintest notion of how I'd gotten there. I didn't wake up on the floor or anything as normal as that. I was just walking, as my awareness slowly grew. I think I was saying something before my autonomous action ceased, though now I can't recall what. Now, this was not a familiar hallway. I was not in my house. I knew I should have been, but in that moment, my memory was fuzzy. I was wearing pajamas. I had no phone and no idea of why I was there. Luckily, the hallway was lit, but by what I couldn't say. The space was simply diffused with a dim, shifting light, like that caused by a candle. But it had no apparent source. There were no doors that I could see, no windows either. Just a cream-coloured ceiling and carpet and the walls on either side. The walls were covered with a peculiar wallpaper. I remember looking down at the floor a lot, at my bare feet, because whatever pattern was on that wallpaper, it was difficult to look at. To this day, I couldn't accurately describe it, other than to say that it had an odd complexity that gave the expression of something that ought to cause an optical illusion. The hallway itself was narrow, turning abruptly at right angles, with no individual stretch of it being longer than the 100 or 200 feet. And while there were intersections with other seemingly identical hallways, the geometry of this place, it didn't make sense. I would start at a 4-way intersection, make 3 right turns, and end up at a 3-way intersection. If I backtracked, more often than not, there would be no intersection at all when I returned to my original spot. None of it made sense, and in my shift from confusion to frustration, to fear, to despair, I was palpably aware of the claustrophobia, of the infinite monotony, and the unfamiliar regularity. The only things that truly seemed familiar were the humid heat of the place and a phrase that kept on repeating itself in my mind. He's been there so long. Occasionally, I would glance forward at the wallpaper and swear that the patterns formed the words in slithering, twisted letters. He's been there so long. But then, the words would go, fading into maddening obscurity as I continued staring. I can't tell you how long I wandered those hallways. Days, I think. Without a phone or a view of the outside, there was no way to judge the passage of time. I did grow hungry, but water wasn't an issue, as the humidity was so great that the walls ran with condensation, and I could suck a mouthful out of the wet carpet when I was desperate. More than anything, the uncertainty and the isolation were the hardest parts. At some point, though, I started to get the feeling that I was being followed. Perhaps it was the loneliness, I reasoned. Even then, trying to apply rationality to my circumstances that clearly had none. The wet squishes of my feet against the floor would stop when I did, but more would follow for a step or two. Squish, squish, stop, squish. Now and then, they would skitter behind me. I would hear their quick approach, only to turn around and see nothing there but the wallpaper. It was hell. That's what I decided after a time. I would curl up on the sodden floor and sleep. I would wake, walk, and I'd try to remember the death that must have led me there. And then, At some point, during the monotonous routine of mere existence, I turned a corner and saw a door. As I recall, I had almost forgotten that I was looking for a way out, that there was any goal to the endless winding march. But when I saw that door, everything came back into focus. I remembered my sister, my parents, the knocking and the pounding. But I remembered, or perhaps realized, something else as well. I stood, frozen in place, my trembling hand inches from the doorknob as I urged it to move forward that extra little bit. The footsteps that I heard following me, in those moments when they hurried and I saw nothing as I looked back over my shoulder. It wasn't that I couldn't see what was following me. Squish, squish. I just couldn't ever remember. Fear. It has a funny way of warping memory, emphasizing half-truths or embellishments, and painting over those moments of genuine terror until something more palatable remains. I remember hearing a steady breath behind me and feeling the words coalesce in my mind as if spoken in a memory I had yet to make. I've been here so long. I don't remember turning the knob or the fall. I broke my wrist and dislocated my shoulder, but I was alive, and more importantly, I was free. My dad had no explanation for why the hallway door had come unlocked, and even less for how it had managed to lock itself back up. But when I returned from hospital, he already had contractors framing the alcove for a wall to cover it. My parents visited me frequently while I was recovering in the hospital from the fall and the seemingly inexplicable malnourishment. But one thing struck me as odd about their visits. My parents, they always came together, but never brought my sister. I asked about it on my second day of recovery. "Hey Dad, why doesn't Rachel ever come to visit with you?" He looked up from a book he had brought and knitted his brow. "Who's Rachel?" I stared at him as he stared back, mirroring my confusion. My sister." When I saw the look of concern on my mother's face, my stomach dropped. "Who's Rachel?" He was serious. My parents urged me to see a neurologist after that exchange. My brain looked normal, but I didn't feel normal. I know my sister. I remember her. But apparently, I'm the only one who does. My mum, she confirmed the story about the knocking, but she said it was me who had awoken my parents screaming. They thought it was strange when I insisted on moving into the small room beside the alcove with the door, but ultimately, they relented. Mum said that I'd seemed obsessed with being near that door, and yet whenever she saw me pass it, she said that I looked terrified. I moved back to my old room when I returned home. My original room, that is. It was vacant. No Rachel, no mementos of her existence. Just a collection of boxes and the seeds of a sewing room. It's been difficult to get used to not having Rachel around, but I had been trying. I'd been feeling better, getting better, trying to forget. I had been, until last night. I was walking by the small room, next to the now walled-off alcove. The door was open, and as I passed, A wave of humidity drew my attention. The window in the room, it was cracked open just a few inches, and in the foggy condensation on the glass, I saw something that had been written, as if with a finger. So long. I'll be here. You'll be back. When I was a boy, I, like many children do I suppose, had an incredible fear of the dark. After being tucked in at night, I would beg and plead for my mum or dad not to shut out the lights. And they always agreed. That is, until the start of my second grade year. My parents decided that I was a big boy now, and I needed to learn that the dark was nothing to be afraid of. To help with this transition, my dad bought me a very bright nightlight for my bedside table. I absolutely hated the idea of just having the nightlight on at first, but after my mother shut off the room light switch and showed me how bright the nightlight was, I warmed up to it. That first night, with only that little light by my bedside, is a memory that I can recall with certain clarity after all these years. For that night marked the first of many visits from the knocking girl. The glow of that little light was comforting, like a beacon of safety in the dark. It made me feel safe, and before I knew it, I'd fallen asleep under its protective glow. Three distinct knocks woke me from my slumber sometime later in the night. My eyes flew open, and my head turned to look at my bedroom door, which was left slightly ajar. The only thing there that intruded was the light shining in from the lamp in the hallway. And then, once again, came three sharp knocks from somewhere beyond the foot of my bed. I shot up in a sitting position and stared past the foot of my bed at my closet door. Thanks to my adolescent mind, I wasn't sure exactly what to do. I just sat there, staring at the dark wood of that door, only partially illuminated by the light at my bedside. And then, once again, and so abruptly it made me jump, came three knocks. Only this time they were louder, and the time between each separate knock was greater. My breathing became heavy, and my heart pounded. And just as I was about to call out for my parents, I was cut off. A soft, but somehow warped, little girl's voice called out from behind the closet door.
Let me come out, Joshua. I'm so lonely.
I screamed. I screamed louder and harder than I ever had at the time, or ever since. Both of my parents burst into my room and asked me what was wrong. But I couldn't answer. I just kept screaming. It took some time, but eventually my parents calmed me down and I was able to tell them what happened. They of course told me that it was just a nightmare, but I was not having any of that. I told them I was never sleeping in my room ever again. My father, being the progressive problem solver that he was, however, fetched a screwdriver from his toolbox and began taking the closet door off its hinges. Once the door was off, my parents stayed with me until I fell asleep. The knocking girl, she never returned to my room after that night. But she never left me alone either. I found out the very next day A couple of rules about the knocking girl. The first one was that it didn't have to be dark for her to visit me. The second rule is that it doesn't have to be a closet. The day after I was first visited by my knocking nightmare, I was sitting in a bathroom stall at school. It was just after gym period, and the physical exercise had helped move along that morning's breakfast to my lower intestine, and I was pretty thankful when I found the bathroom empty. I was just finishing my business when I heard the echoing footsteps of someone entering the bathroom. I froze in my seat. It was clear from the slapping sound on the floor that whoever the new arrival was, they were barefoot. I waited as the footsteps drew nearer to the stall that I was in, which was located at the very end of the aisle and up against a wall. I decided to call out then. "Hello?" I received no reply, only the slap, slap, slap of feet on linoleum. Somehow, the silence was more frightening than if anything at all would have answered me. I didn't call out any more after that, but out of instinct, I picked my feet up slowly off the floor and scooted as far back on the toilet as I could, placing my feet on the rim of the bowl. The footsteps, they were nearly at my stall now. I closed my eyes tightly as the sound of the steps continued. Whoever was out there was now directly in front of my stall. I kept my eyes closed and hoped that the intruder would just leave. And then, a familiar sound resounded throughout the bathroom and stopped my breath in my throat. 3 hard knocks pounded against the door to my stall. And then it came. That same warped voice.
Joshua, there's nothing to be afraid of. I only want to make you my friend.
Tears began to freely fall from my closed eyes, and I shouted, "Go away!"
Joshua,
The voice replied.
don't be like that. If you don't let me in, I'll have to come in there after you.
That threat made me open my eyes, and what I saw under that stall door made me scream until I sent myself into a panic attack and blacked out. Under the stall I could see 2 bare white feet, but that is not what caused me to lose consciousness. A face stared at me from under that stall. The face of a girl with wide, glaring blue eyes and a mouth that had its bottom jaw removed so that her tongue hung down and swung loosely from her open maw. Her neck was unnaturally long, and it twisted underneath the stall door just enough so that her head was in the stall with me. Those blue eyes are all that I remember before waking up in the nurse's office. Apparently, the school janitor was mopping the hallway just outside the bathroom when he heard me screaming bloody murder. The school called my mum, and I was questioned over and over about what happened to me in that bathroom. I really didn't know what to say, so I made up some story about falling asleep while I was on the toilet and having a nightmare. The school sent me home anyway, and my mother was furious. She didn't ground me or anything though. I think she just felt sorry for me and didn't quite know how to help. I told her I was fine when she asked later that day. I lied. From then on, the knocking girl came to me at any time that I was alone. If my parents were outside and I was walking past the hallway closet, I heard knocking. If I was alone in my kitchen, I could hear knocking coming from inside every single cabinet around me. Sometimes, she would call out from wherever she was knocking. She would tell me that she needed a friend to keep her company. I don't know why she couldn't just open the door and come get me, but I was sure as hell glad she didn't. It didn't occur to me immediately, but eventually, I wondered how she could even speak in the first place if her bottom jaw was removed. I suppose if you're being haunted by a spirit, that's a really silly thing to wonder. But honestly, I sort of got used to her. Eventually, she even stopped speaking altogether. She just knocked from behind whatever barrier she could for whatever reason not pass through. That made it easier to become more relaxed. I don't mean to say that I wasn't afraid of her anymore. Don't get me wrong, I never wanted to see that horrible face again. But as I grew older, she sort of became a normalcy. I just lived my life by specific rules. I never went to a public bathroom anymore. My bathroom breaks were scheduled at home, and when there were people in the house. I also grew accustomed to never opening a door unless someone I knew was on the other side of it. And then, when I was 10 years old, the worst happened. I was staying all night at my friend Reggie's house. Yes, I had friends. Despite being known as the kid that passed out in the bathroom one year, I was popular enough. I never told anyone about the knocking girl though. That's probably why I didn't have any trouble making friends. God, I wish I would have. Reggie and I were sitting in his basement, playing Nintendo on the small TV, when Reggie decided he was going to get us a couple of sodas. He opened the basement door and bounded up the stairs, shutting the door behind him as he did so. I continued playing until I heard a loud knock from the front door. I then heard footsteps as Reggie walked from the kitchen to his front door and opened it. I heard the muffled noises of what I took as a quiet conversation. And then, the front door slammed shut. All of this happened, but I was only half paying attention, as I was pretty immersed in my game. I heard Reggie walk back to the kitchen, and then after a moment, I heard footsteps on the basement stairs again. And then, from the bottom of the door, rang out 3 hard knocks. I froze, and my heart raced in my chest as my thoughts immediately went to the knocking girl. "Reggie?" I called out.
Yeah, man. Could you open the door for me? I brought down some snacks too and my hands are full.
It was Reggie's voice, all right. And although he sounded a bit off, I assumed it was from the strain of holding a load of junk food. "Hold on just a minute," I said, getting up off the couch and walking over to the door. Before I could reach the door, however, he knocked 3 more times with his foot. "Hold on, I said I'm coming," I said, a little irritated. But then I stopped, just before my hand touched the door handle. A half-formed idea was brewing in my mind. A mystery that I had been wondering about for quite some time, but I was just missing one piece of the puzzle. A piece that I would never have because it would mean endangering my own life. I hoped I was wrong then, but I thought that Reggie must have unwittingly provided that first piece when he answered the 3 knocks at the front door. I then knew how the knocking girl could speak without a bottom jaw. It was likely that the voice I once thought belonged to her never did. there was a sizable gap at the bottom of that basement door, and I fell down on my hands and knees to peer under it. And when I did, I was met with the immediate sight of 2 piercing blue eyes. I threw myself back and scooted on my butt all the way against the far wall as the basement door began to immediately be assailed by a flurry of angry knocks. I could hear a voice from the other side of the door shriek as the pounding on the door grew louder. The voice was not quite the knocking girl's and not quite Reggie's, but an amalgamation of the 2 voices, along with several others.
You will be mine, boy. If it takes me 100 years, you will be mine.
The myriad of voices assaulted my eardrums, and I had to cover my ears because the pounding and screaming became too loud. My heart began to race, and I began crying loudly as I was stricken by my second panic attack, and I fainted. I woke up sometime later in Reggie's living room, surrounded by my parents, as well as Reggie's crying mother, along with some policemen in uniform. The police asked me questions, while my dad stood by listening to the interrogation, and my mother tried to console the woman who would never see her son again. They asked me if I remembered what the intruder looked like, and they asked me how I kept the door barred while they attempted to break it down. I didn't really know what to tell them, so I just shrugged and nodded to most of it. I was confused and scared. I didn't know how to tell them that there was no conventional intruder. Why would they believe me anyway? I later found out that Reggie's mum had left the house just before Reggie came up to get snacks for us. She needed to get some milk for the dinner she was going to prepare for us and thought that we would be fine in the 5 minutes it would take her to get back. When she got home, she found the basement door had several scratches and indentations in the wood. She found me at the bottom of the stairs unconscious and immediately called the police and the ambulance. While she was on the phone, she frantically searched the house for Reggie. Like I said, she never found him. I felt bad for Reggie, and I felt bad for his mum. But I didn't know the knocking girl would come after anyone else. How could I have? Still, I wish I would have said something, even then. If I had, maybe Reggie would have been the only disappearance that I would have to mourn. That day at Reggie's house was so long ago. I'm a fully grown adult now, living in my parents' house that was left to me in their will, after they too disappeared. Every door in the house is removed, of course, except for the front and back door. Tonight, I'm opening my 3rd bottle of whiskey this week. It's always easier to handle the nights when I'm toasted. Tonight will be like every other night. I will sit in my easy chair, facing the front door, and I will wait for the knocking girl to come. She always does. Sometimes she speaks in Mum's voice. Sometimes she speaks in Reggie's voice. Sometimes she speaks in Dad's voice. And sometimes she speaks in a completely different voice that I may or may not even recognize. But she always knocks, entreating entrance into my home. I have dealt with the knocking all my life, and at 33, I have grown quite tired of the knocking. With each bottle of whiskey, I believe I am growing closer to answering that knock. Maybe tonight will be the night that I let the knocking girl inside to play. Many thanks to those who have asked me about the drought. but we're actually doing okay out here, all things considered. It is getting a bit tougher to find fresh feed, and we're having to put in longer hours. But we've still got plenty of water in the dams, and the hay sheds are full. I feel for the smaller guys or those who are in drier places. But out here, some of our dams are big enough to have yacht races in, so we'll be fine. After the story of our brief encounter with a mockoi out in Lucy's, I did say I'd be sharing Murray's story. Murray is a fixture on the farm, and he's been here ever since I was a kid. I genuinely don't actually know how old he is, or what he actually does around here. Although I do believe he has some kind of spiritual abilities. He's just Murray, and he might as well be family. A man like Murray has an endless supply of stories about pretty much anything you can imagine. Beyond his own experiences at the farm, he and his family have lived on the land for centuries, passing down all sorts of tales about all sorts of happenings. This particular tale, although it didn't happen on our property, is the one that chilled me the most, particularly given our mockoi problem. As a young child, Murray lived in a community quite a way west of our property. It's fair to say that Murray, although his family did escape much of the worst that Aboriginal people had to endure, was raised in poverty. But at the same time, he'll tell you himself that he never really wanted for anything. Coming from a long line of ancestors who lived off the land for millennia, he and his relatives eked out their existence much the same way they always had. I have no idea when any of this took place, but I'd guess that Murray must be at least 70, so I'm gonna say it must have been about 60 years ago. He was living in a tiny village, one of several collections of very basic tin buildings within about a 50-kilometre radius or so that formed the basis of a community. During a particularly hot, dry summer, things started going missing. At first, it was just small things, totems and trinkets. The people didn't think a lot of it. They even blamed the ravens, because they're notorious for taking anything slightly shining or interesting, if the mood takes them. When the ravens themselves vanished, and things kept on disappearing, they blamed one of the children. And when that child went missing, shit really hit the fan. The missing child, a young boy, he wasn't found within a few days. Obviously, this was tragic and upsetting, but also confusing for the elders of the community. There were literally no predators out there at the time, before dingoes made a comeback and before feral dogs were a problem. And if he'd fallen victim to a snake bite or something similar, they would have found him within a few days. It only got worse, as children in each of the other small family villages went missing over the next few weeks. One from each, 9 in total. The elders were terrified, conjuring up ideas of all sorts of monsters. Kids were corralled in buildings with the adults. Rituals were carried out, the works. One by one, though, remaining children began to fall sick. The illness manifested much like I would imagine many common infections do. The first symptoms were fatigue and irritability, a loss of energy and appetite, and aching in the heads, limbs and joints. From there, it got a little weirder. The kids lost a lot of weight in a short amount of time. Their eyes became roomy and opaque, and their hair began to grey and fall out. One night, Murray was sleeping in a room with 6 or 7 other kids when he awoke with a start. He couldn't say exactly what woke him, just that he felt like he needed to wake up right away. It was dark, but the light of the near full moon and the kerosene lamps on the outside walls filtered through and gave him some visibility. He couldn't work out why he had awoken. The flickering shadows all looked reasonably normal. After a moment though, he noticed that one of the shadows was moving. At first he thought it was a trick of the light, but the more he stared, the more the shadow moved. It was deliberate, intelligent, picking its way amongst the children before settling over one of the sick. Like a swarm, it seemed to grow, engulfing the child, before tightening like a net. Murray almost didn't dare breathe as he watched the feeble struggles of the poor child caught within that shadow as it started to crackle with what he could only describe as static electricity. Within a few minutes, it lifted and retreated back towards the corner of the room, forming into the shape of a hunched old woman.
I know you see me, child.
He almost jumped out of his skin at the voice that seemed to reverberate inside his head. It spoke his language, but it didn't sound human. It was simultaneously sing-song and guttural. Somehow, an odd and unnatural voice that filled him with dread.
You need have no fear of me, young one. I shall feed on your brothers and sisters until they are but dust. But your essence, it is not mine to take. No, your fate lies with another, and even I dare not interfere.
With that, the shadowy crone seemed to shrink to a single point before blinking out in an instant. Murray was too scared to move and too scared to sleep, waiting until the morning sun filled the room and banished the shadows before he leapt out of bed and ran to his father. Upon hearing his story, his father paled and scooped him up, hurrying to find the elders. Murray had to recount his terrifying encounter again, drawing gasps and curses from the assembled elders. He was whisked away before the elders could discuss what he had seen. But he heard them say the word Mokoi, and he knew that everyone was in grave danger. I explained briefly what Mokoi are when I told of our own encounter, but there's more to it than that. They are a force of pure evil, from a place completely outside our world. They are destructive, malevolent entities that feed on life itself. Local people call them evil spirits, but they are physical entities, ones that manifest themselves in our world, gaining strength from feeding and becoming more and more powerful. They can only appear in darkness, being from a world where there is no light and no good. You could almost say they're demons, if you're looking for a more Christian analogue. Only Mokoi are much, much worse. There was a feeling of utter, powerless terror as the day slipped away and night began to fall. This was almost the ultimate boogeyman, and no one knew whether or not the elders had any way of fighting it. When the elders finally emerged, saying they believed they had the solution, there was a collective sigh of relief. Australian Indigenous people have a vast array of rituals, spells and ceremonies aimed at different aspects of the world they inhabit. The elders believed that there was a ceremony that they could perform that would rob the Mokoi of the life essence it had already stolen, rendering it powerless and therefore vulnerable. They believed that this would buy them enough time to call a medicine man from a neighbouring community to banish the spirit once and for all. As night fell, 2 of the elders sequestered themselves in the building that the children were sleeping in. They were adorned with the appropriate ceremonial paints for protection and took with them plants and herbs to prevent the Mokoi from leaving before the ceremony was complete. The rest of the villagers, they took refuge in another building, warded with symbols to fend off the spirit. It was tense, but most of the kids managed to eat their meal and fall asleep. Murray, however, was not one of them. Eventually, almost everyone had dozed off, and Murray could hear the faint sound of chanting and other vocalizations coming from the other building. He felt that something was wrong, long before it happened. The tone of the song shifted, becoming more desperate, and then something laughed. It laughed so loudly that it woke up several of the folks sleeping around him. A demented laugh of pure and total disdain. One of the elders shouted, and then everything went to shit. From the dormitory building came a scream, unlike anything Murray had ever heard. A scream of sheer terror. It was immediately joined by another, and that sick laughter boomed out again. 2 of the men ran for the door, but they found that it could not be opened. They would later say that someone was on the other side, begging for the door to be opened, but the spirit would not allow it. Then came an even worse sound. The 2 elders screaming in chorus. Murray said that it was the most terrifying sound he had ever heard in his entire life. Shrieks of torment, so agonizing that it must have taken all sanity and left something animalistic behind. There was nothing human left in that sound, as though whatever torture the Mokoi had devised for those poor elders had robbed them of anything but the most basic instinct. Those screams went on for almost 2 hours. Several of the family took up their kids and ran into the night, desperate to get away from whatever unearthly horror was unfolding in that building. Others were simply frozen like lambs, miserable, unable to act. Eventually, the screams spluttered and died, and an almost palpable silence fell over the entire village. As the seconds ticked by, a shadow began to form in the center of the room Murray was in, prompting panic as the Mokoi shifted its attention to the remaining family members. This time, the Mokoi took a different form, one that Murray believed was close to its true appearance. Tall and lean, the spirit seemed to shift and boil, making detail impossible to see. There was a mouth full of perfect razor teeth, eyes blacker than anything that should reasonably be, and 4 arms ending in savage claws as long as a hunting knife. One of the uncles snapped out of his stupor and, for some reason, decided to attack the creature, which decapitated him with nothing more than the flick of a wrist. Murray watched dumbly as the disembodied head dropped to the ground with a soft thump. He should have been terrified. He should have run. But Murray was overcome with a sense of calm that he had no explanation for. A voice filled his head once more, much like the Mokoi had the previous night. But this voice, it was different, warm and wise. He did not understand the words, but he found himself repeating them in a voice that wasn't his own. The Mokoi immediately tilted its head and fixed with a glare. It seemed to blink out of existence and then blink back, directly in front of him, picking him up with a hand so cold that it stung his skin.
What an interesting development,
said the spirit, sounding more amused than anything.
I can see why your fate is as it is, little sorcerer.
It traced a claw over Murray's cheek as he continued to speak words beyond his own comprehension. Suddenly, the Mokoi pulled the claw back, as though it had been shocked. Its demeanor changed entirely.
I may not be able to kill you, worm, but that does not mean I cannot put an end to this all the same.
A clawed hand closed around Murray's throat, and the cold sensation grew into a scorching burn. The voice in his head never wavered, and he felt a strength fill him, combating the pain. Murray's story gets a bit sketchy here. I think partly because he's getting on, and partly because whatever the actual sequence of events was, it was all so hectic, and he almost felt he was an observer in the whole thing. The Mokoi, apparently feeling his strength too, howled and threw him across the room. He crashed through a tin sheet wall, but the words never stopped, and he never actually hit the ground. It was like he was hovering. The Mokoi let out a shattering roar and was gripped by white light that snaked around it like vines, trapping it in place. The light vines seemed to tighten, and the black spirit thrashed and shrieked in a rage. As they tightened more and more, the Mokoi began to shrink, and eventually it vanished in a blinding flash of white light. When I asked him how he managed all this, Murray absently fingered the burn scar on his throat and smiled. Who knows? Something helped me, that's for sure. Might have been an ancestor spirit. Might have been the spirit of the land. Wanted that evil thing gone. Might have been a lot of things. I never could remember what I said to banish the Mokoi. We burned the village the next day, got the hell out of there, and eventually wound up here. I started to train with a medicine man, but I didn't feel like it was the place for me. The land out here called to me, and so I turned up and asked your grandfather for a job. Been here ever since. That was all I could get out of him. About the Mokoi anyway. Something that he said still resonates with me though. The bit about the Mokoi not wanting him because he was fated for something else. Murray just shrugged when I asked him about it and said it was up to the spirits to decide. I couldn't help but wonder what a Mokoi, an entity that is essentially personified fear, would worry about so much that it didn't want to muscle in on its territory. Hey guys, Creepy Oz here. And tonight, I've got a story for you guys. One that's a little, shall we say, out of the ordinary. I tell a lot of spooky stories on this channel. I tell of many eerie, haunting experiences. Never did I imagine that I would wind up living my own. Okay, let's jump back a bit. Back to where it all began. It was a normal evening. Nothing strange or abnormal about it. By memory, I guess it would have been around 8 p.m. I had just finished up my own YouTube uploads for the day, and I'd prepared myself a nice warm cup of tea, and I was settling in to listen to my favourite true scary stories narrator, Papa Scare. Excited for the new upload that I'd been notified of a few hours earlier, I opened up my YouTube app, popped in my headphones, and tapped on the video. Before setting my phone down, I decided to keep on watching while the intro played out. These were always cool, and I love seeing the unique visuals and the eerie slogans that Papa comes up with for each new upload. As the creepy-looking television came into view and began to flicker, I felt a weird chill. Man, Papa's really getting good at these, I thought to myself, as the weird feeling continued to build in my gut. He really knows how to set the atmosphere. My admiration, however, was in a split second replaced with a genuine sense of unease as Papa Scare's distorted intro voice came gurgling in through my headphones.
Did you remember to lock the doors?
Lock the doors? What? There was something about that message, and something about the way he said it, that just drilled a fear into me like I've never felt before. Not the kind of fear you get from watching a scary movie or, in this case, listening to a scary story, but a real, genuine fear. A primal fear. A danger-present fear. Despite these feelings, I once again put it down to Papa just being an exceptional showman and setting the stage just right. It was what came next, however, that made me actually get up and check the doors. On that glitchy little television screen, as the static flickered between grayscale bars and lines, just for the shortest of moments, I saw something that made me bolt upright from my couch and run to check the doors. In the midst of the grainy overlay, I swear, I saw my own front door. I still can't be certain, as it was just there for a mere flash before it disappeared. And a door is a door, you know? But it just looked so familiar. I ran to the front door to check that it was locked. Check. I ran to the back door. Check. I ran to the side door. That same feeling of dread filled me once again as the door opened with ease. I have no idea how that happened, as I know I locked all the doors earlier, but I didn't waste any time thinking about it. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and pulled the chain. I felt a little bit silly, actually. All this craziness spawning from some sound effects and visuals that Papa Scare randomly put into his video. I felt like a child who had just watched When a Stranger Calls for the first time. Checking around the apartment and seeing that everything was in fact okay. No murderers, no psychopaths, no ghosts or ghouls. I began to breathe easy again. I returned to the couch, took a sip of my tea, and resumed the episode.
Story number 1. Footsteps in the dark. It was around 8 p.m. at night where I lived. I want to mention here that I live in a small, 2-bedroom apartment with only 3 entrances. All 3 doors, I know, were locked tight.
Okay. Weirdly coincidental. But surely just that, right? The story continued.
It was then, in the darkness off to my right, I swear I heard footsteps coming from the empty guest room.
What? Okay. Things are going from weird to wild now. Maybe it was just some really great sound effects Papa added to the story. But no. No way. I am sure I heard footsteps. In my apartment. Exactly as the story described. As if the story were narrating my life. I jumped up off the couch immediately, not even bothering to pause the video this time. I flicked on every light in the apartment and walked around to every corner, opened every closet, checked under every bed. Nothing. Nothing there whatsoever. This was insane. Clearly I was overreacting. It must have just been some damn fine audio editing from Papa. Yeah, that's it. Just some crazy realistic sound effects, designed to give the listener this very experience. Coming back to my seat on the couch, I put in my headphones again, just in time to hear the bell tower sound effect, indicating the beginning of a new story. I thought about going back and finding the part I left off, but I couldn't be bothered scrubbing back through and trying to find my spot. And besides, I certainly didn't want to hear those ominous footsteps again. So I left it and settled in for the next story.
Story number 2. Whispers from the Void. This story takes place in a small town in northern Australia.
I raised an eyebrow. I happen to live in a small town in northwest Queensland. Okay, it's beginning to feel like he's doing this on purpose. Ha ha, very funny, Papa. You got me. Well, I'm not falling for it anymore. I'm gonna sit here and enjoy the story this time.
It was quite a normal evening. Nothing strange or abnormal about it. A quiet night too. I had finished up my work for the day. I was just sitting around, relaxing. Nothing to do and nowhere to be. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I felt a change in the air.
I was doing okay up until then, but it was very difficult to deny the sudden change in the atmosphere. It's difficult to describe. You know that feeling you get when you're all alone? Maybe you're walking home after dark. Those situations where you feel particularly exposed and vulnerable. That's the feeling I felt, creeping up my spine, as Papa continued narrating what was beginning to truly feel like a real-life ghost story.
I felt this feeling of dread, slowly creeping up my spine, up my back, up my neck, until finally from right behind me, yet seemingly miles away, I heard an echoing whisper.
Get out of my house.
No way in the world, no way. There is no way that this guy is that good. Not only did that voice sound like it was actually coming from right behind me, but I felt it. Yes, I felt it on the back of my neck. A gush of hot breath, drifting over my skin and sending a rush of fear straight to my heart, which was pounding at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I leapt out of my seat, running to the front door, twisting the lock and running outside as fast as I could into the cool night air. It was freezing, but I didn't care. Anything was better than being inside that house. Inside with that thing, whatever the hell it was. I had no idea what I was dealing with, be it an entity of some sort, or some kind of supernatural phenomenon, somehow morphing fiction into reality around me. I didn't care to find out. Whatever it was happening inside that apartment. and I was staying as far away from it as I possibly could. Slowly steadying myself, I flicked on my phone's flashlight. It was dark outside, pitch black almost, and it was raining. I slowly used the weak but effective beam of light to guide myself out back to the small outdoor shelter in the backyard. It wasn't anything flash, but heck, it was enough to sit down, calm down, and keep myself dry while doing so. I made my way under the corrugated iron shelter and found myself a seat. Slowing my breathing and doing the best I could to calm down, I began to slowly become aware once again of the real world, of reality, as twisted as it appeared at the moment. As my mind began to wind down, I noticed the video was still playing. I hadn't paused it.
Story number 3. Locked out.
What? As Papa continued narrating, the realization began to wash over me. My keys were inside. I hadn't thought to grab them. Why would I? I left the door unlocked on my way out. But with everything else that had happened to me so far, I was in no mind to trust what I once knew to be logic. The story continued.
It was a dark and stormy night. And silly little me had locked myself out of the house. Such a pity. Oh, the little slip-ups we make when we're not thinking clearly. Whatever could have been the matter? What on earth would cause one to leave such a safe, warm, cozy hideout and go running off into the darkness? Cold, alone and exposed. Or perhaps it's not of this earth.
I felt like crying. I won't lie. Any tough guy front was long gone. I reached my front door and tried the handle. Damn it! I ran to the back door. Damn it! I ran around to the side door. Please, please, please. Damn it!
Oh well, on with the story. The next chapter in my little tale of terror goes like this. Like I said, it was a dark and stormy night. I had just realized I had locked myself out of my own house. I tried each door, one by one, to no avail. Beginning to panic, I started going around the house and trying each of the windows. I checked the first one, locked. Second one, locked. Third one, locked. Just as I was about to circle around to the other side of the house and check the rest of them, I began to hear noises in the shrubs behind me.
Oh, here we go again. Right on cue. Expected, but no less terrifying. A low, guttural growl from the garden at my 6 o'clock. I was frozen in place. I had no idea whether I should run or stay put. The thing, of which I could not see, continued producing that awful sound from within a large, thick bush, not even 3 meters behind me. It felt like the entire world had paused to seemingly drag this terrifying moment out for eternity. After what felt like hours, I decided getting out of there, slowly and steadily, so as not to startle whatever the hell it was probably my best option. I slowly put one foot in front of the other, carefully making my way around the side of the house,
trying to make as little noise as humanly possible. But as I crept, I could just feel something behind me. It was a primal instinct, like that felt by hunter-gatherers of Neanderthal age, as fierce predators stalked them from unseen corners. Unseen, but I knew for a fact that it was there, and that it was getting closer and closer. I finally made it around to the other side of the house, praying to whatever or whoever would listen. I begged for a way inside. Just one window out of 3 is all I need. Perhaps I'd forgotten to latch one shut. Perhaps my error would become my saving grace. I closed my eyes as I checked the first one. No dice. I slowly crept up to the second one, glancing around me in the darkness as I went. I couldn't see the thing, but then again, I had no idea what I was looking for. I placed my hands up against the strong security screen window that was usually my sense of safety, but was now my despair. As I slid it to one side, only to meet resistance yet again.
Shit! I cried out, realizing immediately my error as soon as I let the word fly from my mouth. Whatever it was, it heard me loud and clear. There was no denying it now. It was coming straight for me. I heard rapid footsteps behind me, pounding their way through the dirt. This is it then. Last chance. I slammed my hands up against the window this time, making no effort to conceal myself, as there was no need to. I gripped the security screen and I pulled. Yes! Finally! Not wasting any time, I literally threw myself in through the window, landed face first on the hard tiled floor inside. There was no time to sweat over that, however, as the unseen menace outside continued racing towards me. I picked myself up, slammed the window closed and locked it, just in time to hear some invisible entity come crashing into it. I collapsed on the floor, panicked, exhausted, and out of my mind with fear. How had an otherwise ordinary night turned into this? I paced around my apartment, wondering what the hell I was supposed to do next. Before anything else, I once again checked all the doors, making sure they were locked, despite the fact that this was probably not going to do me any good. Whatever the hell was happening didn't seem to care too much for a locked door. But safety is so very often an illusion, is it not? And I needed that illusion right now. After checking that everything was locked tight, I took a seat on the couch and placed my head in my hands. Frustrated, exhausted, and out of options. One thing was for damn certain. I was not listening to any more of this video. I took out my phone, closed the YouTube app, and put my headphones away. Whatever this was, it seemed to be triggered by Papa's narration somehow. No Papa, no scare, right? What the hell? How? I glanced around my apartment, looking for my phone. No, it was not coming from my phone. Somehow, it was coming out of that little grey Alexa speaker on my bedside. I shouted, "Alexa, stop playing!" Nothing happened. I shouted again, louder, "Alexa, stop playing!" This time something happened. Alexa spoke to me.
You need to finish the stories.
What? This can't be real. Nothing about this makes sense. Alexa spoke again.
You will finish the stories, you will finish the stories, you need to finish the stories, you need to finish the stories, you need to finish...
She was cut off by the loud, ominous laugh of none other. Yep, you guessed it. Papa's back.
Story number 4. Slice and Dice. My next story takes place just a little ways from the last. Not very far at all, in fact. A matter of mere feet. Feet. They are very useful little things now, aren't they? Perfect for running away or jumping through windows, for example. I was personally feeling very thankful to have my feet on this strangest of evenings as I sat upon my chair, The one place that held any semblance of safety or comfort. Or so I thought. For as I sat, that all too familiar sense of dread that had become quite the recurring theme began to fester inside me again. But why? I did not quite know, and that's when I heard it. Ever so faint, but unmistakable. The sound of deep, raspy breathing. And yet again, the feeling of hot breath on my skin. But not from behind me. No, this time, from underneath the couch. I sat frozen in fear once more. I could not move a muscle. It was as though I was literally stuck to the couch. Finally, summoning whatever ounce of strength I had left within me, I forced myself to rise. As I did, I felt many things. I felt a rush of adrenaline. I felt the fear within me turn to a newfound energy. I felt the pain from my earlier escapades fade from my mind. And lastly, I felt a cold, sharp blade slip through my Achilles tendon like a knife gliding through butter.
I screamed in pain and collapsed to the floor. Blood was everywhere as I dragged my useless body across the cold floor. I looked back, expecting to see some hooded, masked figure laying there under the couch, brandishing a knife. What I saw, however, was nothing. Absolutely nothing but empty space. I knew better than to presume safety just because I couldn't see whatever the hell it was trying to kill me, so I kept on crawling, dragging myself, inch by inch, away from that unseen, malevolent force. I dragged myself, ever so slowly, to my closet. Summoning a strength I did not know I had left inside me, I ripped the closet door open and pulled myself inside, closing it tight from the inside. I don't know why I was hiding. I don't know what good I thought it would do, but it was the only option I had left to me, I thought. The pain was unbearable, but I forced myself to remain quiet. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and quietly dialed 000. I knew the police were no help to me, but I sure as shit needed an ambulance, and quickly. Before I could connect the call, however, I heard it. Blasting out of my Alexa speakers, I heard it again. Whatever blood was left inside of me ran ice cold as I listened to Papa read out the title of the 5th and final story.
The night I met my death.
No!
Have you ever wanted to know a particular person better? To be able to predict his or her every move and reaction? Be familiar with all of his or her tastes and see right through his or her personality so that you can be the wiser? If so, then you may embark on a journey. There, you will find your answers. Or so, the forgotten runes of the Aztecs dictate. Needless to say, it'll be dangerous, and the burden of risk very heavy. Your intentions may be as innocent as trying to comprehend the person you love, or give a heartwarming surprise to a friend or family member. Or it may be sinister, as to use the information you are given to manipulate or thwart someone you loathe. It might even be wanting to know a very influential person, so you may cajole and appease that person with ease. Regardless, I will not judge your intentions, but beware, because you will be evaluated. And the basis of that analysis is not only obscure, but seemingly random. So don't think you are sure to get out unscathed just because you wanted to know your lover's dream honeymoon getaway to impress him or her. That is the price of the knowledge that will be bestowed upon you. You're going to need some hair from the head of the person of interest. Even a single strand will do, and you're good to go. Tucked away in the dense foliage, there is a sacred yet forbidden retreat. Somewhere along the banks of the Amazon, it lurks in one of the nooks and crannies of the marshy vegetation, its whereabouts ever-changing. Mortals are only tolerated on a full moon night. The place can never be located otherwise. Start looking. Riding a boat, preferably one that makes minimal noise as the moon makes its first appearance. Reaching the entrance before midnight is a prerequisite. Keep your ears on patrol. You'll be listening out for a distant hiss. One not so dissimilar from a snake's, or one audible when you twist open the top off a beer. It is said to be calling to you, like a challenge, in their indecipherable tongue, as if they are saying, "So, do you think you are worthy?" If you are able to hear a hiss, stop the boat. Try to locate it. Listen closely. Once you have a rough geographical estimate, anchor your boat along the bank and start foraging. You must leave anyone you brought with you on the boat. Otherwise, this place will simply not reveal itself. Look for a cave. It should be one that's just enough specifically for someone of your height to enter. You may use a light source to illuminate your path as you search, but the eerie, yet glaring moonlight should suffice. As soon as you spot the cave, extinguish your light source immediately. Leave all technology behind, otherwise they will be incapacitated. Bear nothing with you other than your clothing. Bare your feet. The moonlight should generate a lighting synonymous to the rustic images of early television, devoid of colour, ominously monochromatic. Muster up your courage. You're going to need every ounce of it. When you're ready, walk inside. It's going to be pitch black at first, so walk very cautiously to make sure you don't get lost. Use the walls to navigate. Feel for a pattern of carved series of circles at the height of your hands. There will be diverted paths and forks. Feel for the pattern. I must stress that you do not follow any walls that do not have this pattern. Around 5 minutes in, you're going to hear footsteps behind and ahead of you. Do not panic. The noise from the footsteps, it will vary. Some light, others a little heavier. Some will correspond to your strolling, other pacing, and even running. Things are going to brush past you occasionally, and even bump into you, only to immediately dart away. Do not heed them. Move forward. After a while, you're going to see a light, as if one at the end of a tunnel. The walls bearing the circles should lead you right there. Shafts of moonlight will riddle the pathway, illuminating the circle pattern so you no longer have to feel. Proceed with a steady pace. No need to run, nor lag. The footsteps will cease. You may curse your peripheral vision, for shadows will linger at the corner of your eyes, only to fall back as you turn around. But you need not worry. Keep on walking. Occasionally, you will come across some diverted pathways, and something will be standing there. A grey, indiscernible figure, mottled with inky black stains. Unlike the others, this one is not going to retreat from your plane of sight. On the contrary, it will gesture you to it. Run. You must run past all of these pathways. Otherwise, well, I'll get to that. That thing will scream and chase after you, but you must not stop, and you must not look back. You may stop only when the footsteps die away. After what might seem like an hour or so, you will have reached your destination, an enormously spacious room. Enter the room, and you will see a stone altar illuminated by a single moonbeam descending from the ceiling. Patterns similar to the circles on the walls will have embellished this every surface. Everything else will be hiding under the covers of darkness. As you make your way up to the altar, you will be greeted with whispers and hisses from the darkness surrounding you. There will be occasional shrieks and undulating moans. Something might screech, as if it's right beside you, or right behind you. Jump scares are always on the table. Anything to draw your attention. Whatever you do, do not look. Keep your eyes on that altar at all times. When you've reached the center, sit down with your legs crossed. The full moon will be visible through a slit on the roof as it pools the altar with its ghastly, yet eerily mysterious light. Place the hair at the center and take a deep breath. Close your eyes and pronounce in a low voice, as humbly as you can. Facekeeper, bestow upon me your knowledge. The noises in the darkness will halt. Open your eyes and look at the hair. The hair will be set ablaze, but not by conventional fire. The tiny flames will emanate a soft, white, opalescent glow. Your body will note a steep temperature drop. There will be a presence around you, which you will find to be oddly reminiscent.
Whose face do you desire to know by heart?
The question will come from a random direction. Keep staring at the fire. The voice will be none other than your own, grim and solemn, and it will speak in the same language you used to summon it. Now, say the person's name. There will be a period of silence. Do not look up or make any kind of noise. Remain seated as you are.
Why do you want to know that face by heart?
Again, from a random location, in the same voice and language. Now state your intention as honestly as you can. It should be obvious that you must not lie. In the case that you do, remember that it will not only know of it, but also take account of that lie when passing judgment on you. There will be a longer period of silence now. I urge that you remain as you are.
Are you worthy?
The voice will suddenly reveal itself right behind you. Do not take your eyes off the flames. As adamantly as you can, you say yes. As soon as you say that, the flames will flare for a split second and extinguish themselves. You will hear a multitude of malevolent hisses all around you. A grim, spiteful aura will burden the air. You will be under the impression that an otherworldly presence is approaching you from far ahead. Stay as you are and keep on staring at the ashes. At one point, all the noise will reach an abrupt halt. A violent surge of wind will blow the ashes onto you, and you will black out. You will open your eyes to the cacophony of birds rising at dawn. You will be lying at the place where you spotted the cave. Only the cave will be no more. Rise, gather up your things and go back to your boat. Now, you can naturally think exactly like your desired person. As if you can dress yourself in that person's very mental makeup. Of course, you can take it off just as easily. However, in the case that you are not worthy, be prepared to face nothing but sheer confusion and frustration for the rest of your life. The Facekeeper will have robbed you of who you are. You will know nothing. No memories, no language, nothing. All that will be left is instinct. Your mentality will be likened unto a newborn baby, awed at the world around you, as if seeing it for the first time. Now, as for my warnings, what if you looked up during talking to the Facekeeper, or didn't follow the wall, or responded to the mottled figure's beckons? The outcome is the same. Immortality. Sounds great, doesn't it? Yeah, just like those shadowy figures, or the mottled summoner, trapped in that lair for all of eternity, rejected by death itself. They just want more friends, that's all. Now, if you make it out successful, there are no more catches, no restrictions. You have been deemed worthy. You are free to proceed using your newfound powers in any way you see fit. Feeling powerful? Want more? You can if you want to. Just take some hair off another person and return to the Amazon. Go through it again. You've done it once, right? No problem. Be warned though. The Facekeeper does not take ambition too kindly. I suggest you stop to listen, that your chances of being deemed worthy twice in a row are much slimmer. And what if you aren't? Will the Facekeeper snatch away your ability? Oh no, you can keep that. It'll take away you, and only you. But hey, you've got someone else's personality, right? Sure you do. Good luck being that person when he or she legitimately exists. You know that you're you. So, why is that other person claiming to be you? Why is your mother calling him or her her child? Why is your lover sleeping with that person? He or she is the real deal. You are just a clone personality stuffed into a now unknown body. Identity theft with an unexpected twist, don't you think? Makes you wonder whether losing the first time around was better, huh? If all of this doesn't bother you though, go on. Sail along the Amazon, in the moonlight, seeking that hiss. I wish you good luck. But don't forget to ask yourself, are you worthy? I was one of those frail, sickly children for the vast majority of my early years. I was constantly being shuffled from physician to physician with one ailment or another. Asthma, perpetual tonsillitis, severe allergies to, well, everything. You name it, and I dealt with it at one point or another growing up. This meant that I spent a great deal of my formative years at home, in bed, miserably sick, and more than a bit morose. There was an upside to this, however. My father would often take time out of work to sit in my bedroom and read to me. Some of my fondest memories as a child involved my father sitting in a chair next to my bed, with one science fiction novel or another spread across his lap. I can't count how many days were spent in such a fashion. I look back on it now, and I can't help but smile when I picture that large man with his bushy beard, reading those thick novels to take my mind away from whatever was ailing me at the time. I was quite fortunate to come from a very loving home. My mother and father were extremely doting and focused all of their collective time and energy on raising their only son. I was particularly close to my father. We've all heard the old age about daddy's girls and mama's boys, but that simply wasn't the case in my experience. Of course, every boy views his father as someone larger than life, some lantern-jawed superhero. And I was no exception. My father was an enormous man, maybe 6'2" and well over 250 pounds. He was an intimidating figure, and my childhood friends would often remark on just how large he was. He had these very intense, greyish blue eyes, brown hair that was slowly receding, and a thick red beard. But as intimidating as he may have appeared, his demeanour, especially towards me, was always so calm and relaxed. He never once raised his voice within earshot, nor did I ever witness him use that great bulk of his to bully or intimidate. He was a kind soul, and spent all of his time letting his only son know just how much he was loved. He'd spend hours of his evenings after work in my room, sitting on the floor playing with my toys. I can't help but chuckle when I picture that large man sitting cross-legged on the floor with whatever superhero or mutant turtle I was interested in at that point. He even kept a small journal of all the funny little things I'd say and do, with some of his own musings remarking on just how quickly I was growing up. I recall years later, when I was a man myself, reading that journal and being moved to tears by how deeply this man loved me. Now, my father was not a particularly religious man. In fact, if I had to peg his beliefs, I'd probably say he was an atheist now that I have a grasp of such things. This was in direct conflict with how he was raised. He'd grown up in a very small town in North Carolina and was brought up in a very strict Southern Baptist family. He remarked in the journal, just days after my birth, about how he found the Bible to be even more preposterous now that he had a child of his own. In particular, the story of Isaac and Abraham did not sit well with my father. He simply could not imagine any scenario in which he'd be willing to sacrifice his only son to some voice in his head. He was a very straightforward, logic and reason type of guy. In addition to religion, he absolutely abhorred superstitions and myths. He made several comments about being leery of anyone that claimed to believe in aliens or ghost stories. Now, he never made those statements to me directly. He wanted me to come to my own conclusions regarding religion, superstition, and the paranormal. But he did jot down all of these thoughts in that journal of his, with the intention of giving me this book when I became a man myself. Unfortunately, he never did get that opportunity. As you can imagine, his death had a devastating impact on the course of my life. I remember vividly my mother coming into my room with tears and makeup streaming down her face. She cradled me in her arms and for the longest time simply rocked back and forth while sobbing silently to herself. Eventually, she pulled herself together enough to tell me that my father's small pickup truck had been struck on his drive home from work. The other vehicle involved was a semi, being driven by a man with too little sleep and too much alcohol in his system. He didn't even know that he'd been involved in an accident until the officer responding to the crash pulled him from the wreckage of his own vehicle. I was in shock. I was beyond consoling, and honestly, I was furious. I was only 5 or 6 when my father passed, and in my mind, all I could focus on was the fact that my dad had broken his promise. He would say to me, as he tucked me in at night, that I was his favourite thing in the world, and he would always be there to make certain I was safe. It was repeated so often, night after night, that it almost became a mantra of his. But he made that promise, and now he wouldn't be around to keep it. After my father's death, my mother was unable to afford the small 3-bedroom home nestled in the foothills of the mountains that I'd grown up in. We were forced to move to an older, run-down part of town. Needless to say, it was just another factor contributing to the overwhelming sense of loss I was dealing with at the time. I hated the town. I hated the new school that I was required to attend when my health permitted. But most of all, I hated our new home and the empty feeling it seemed to exude without my father's presence. He'd never lived in that house. Those walls had never heard that big, guttural laugh of his, or sat idly by as he read to me during one of my many tilts with sickness. The house was a source of anxiety for me in those days. It was old, built sometime in the 1920s, my mother had told me. It was ancient, it was cold, and everything about it seemed to be in a constant state of disrepair. The white paint was chipping in numerous spots on the exterior. The hardwood floors were warped and pockmarked throughout, and the grass outside remained a dismal brown year-round. The house had only 2 small bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a tiny, dated kitchen, and a musty little living room that seemed to be an afterthought in the builder's original designs. I loathed that house. The floors creaked as everything settled at night. The windows were so old and grimy that they permitted very little light. My room was situated in the very back of the home, and it was so small that I had just enough room for my twin bed and a tiny dresser. We'd been in the house for about 6 weeks when I started noticing some odd things happening, especially at night. I would come home from school to find that my bed, which had been made that morning, was in complete disarray. The clothes in my closet would sometimes be strewn across my room, much to my mother's disapproval, and other small things like doors and windows seemingly opening and closing of their own volition. But the first truly unnerving occurrence that I can recall was just after my mum had tucked me in one night. I was staring at the ceiling, trying to decide if the water stain above my bed resembled a dog or something a bit more equestrian. I was beginning to nod off, catching myself closing my eyelids for a bit longer than was required to blink. My thoughts were slowly spiraling towards something that were closer to dreams, when I heard a small scratching sound coming from the foot of my bed. At that time, my bed was nestled in the corner of the room, parallel to the doorway on one side, and opposite my small closet that was a few feet from the footboard of the bed. I dismissed the sound as just one of the many unexplained noises the house emitted that night, and I began drifting once more when I heard the noise again. This time it was louder and unmistakable as scratching. It was with a bit more purpose, it seemed. I held my breath, closed my eyes, and focused all of my attention on deciphering that sound. This time when it happened, it was definitely louder and seemed to have a rhythm to it that just couldn't be naturally occurring. It was almost like Morse code, like the scratching was meant to convey some kind of message. I got the feeling that it wasn't trying to say "ship in distress" or anything as mundane or typical as that. I can't explain why, but the sound began to make me very uneasy, as though it were malevolent in nature. The hair on the back of my neck began to rise without prompting, and I found myself pulling the cover closer and closer to my chin. It would stop sporadically and then begin again, with more fervor each time, and always that same rhythm: scratch, 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 followed by a short pause, and then scratch, scratch. I was frozen, completely fixated on this noise, but unable to call out to my mother, whose bedroom was on the other side of the wall. My mouth was dry, and I was constantly moving my tongue around, swallowing to force something resembling moisture back into my mouth. Then suddenly, the scratching stopped, mid-sequence this time, and it was replaced by the rattling of the closet doors. The closet was that old accordion-style sliding type with the wooden slats. I was amazed that the sound hadn't prompted my mother to come in and see why I was out of bed. The rattling became more insistent, violent even, and that's when I rediscovered the ability to scream. I yelled at the capacity my little lungs would permit until my room was flooded with light, and I could make out my mother's silhouette in the doorway. "What's wrong, honey? What is it?" Concern evident in my mother's sleepy voice. I sat up in bed, never taking my eyes off those closet doors. "There's someone in there, Mum. In the closet." She blinked a few times to clear the remaining fuzziness that sleep offers from her eyes, and walked over to that closet. She flung the doors apart with a horrid screeching sound, and when it was clear that no boogeyman was immediately apparent, began shuffling the clothes hanging from the rod to show me there was no occupant. "See, sweetheart, there's no one in here. It was just a bad dream." She closed the doors again, crossed the hardwood floor, and arranged herself at the foot of my bed. "It's no surprise that you're having nightmares, son, considering all that's happened recently." She patted my leg, and then reached up to smooth my disheveled hair. "I promise you, there's no one in there," she said. I was finally able to peel my attention away from the closet and meet her eyes. "I know there was," I said. there were some weird scratching noises, and then the doors started to shake. She stifled a yawn behind her fist, and then patted my cheek as she rose from the edge of my bed. "Just a dream, son. There's no one in there, and there's no one in the house but us. Now, please, try to get some sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow, and you don't want to be nodding off in class." She crossed the room and told me she loved me before she turned my bedroom light back off. I heard her mattress spring sigh as she got back into her own bed, and I laid down again myself. I maneuvered myself as close to the wall and headboard as I could manage, pulled the cover up to my nose, and shut my eyes with such force that they squeezed tears down my cheeks. I tried hard to control my breathing and focus everything my sense of hearing had to offer for that sound. My heart was pounding so loudly in my ears that I barely heard the first scratch when the noise came again. I stopped breathing altogether and waited for the next series of scratches to begin again. The minutes dragged by, but the sound did not come again. And at some point, I fell into a rather fitful stage of sleep that was accompanied by nightmares. Over the coming weeks, the sound would come and go. There didn't seem to be any pattern to it at all. There would be several nights in a row with absolutely nothing unusual occurring. And then, there would come a night when the scratching would start up as soon as I began to drift off, and last until I screamed for my mother. This became something of a pattern. I wouldn't say I became accustomed to it, but I knew that on those nights, when the scratching started, that all I had to do was yell for my mum, and after she came in to take a look around, I'd finally be able to sleep. It had been about 3 or 4 nights since the last time I'd heard the rhythmic scratching. I'd managed to fall asleep that night without a vent. Maybe I'd been lulled into some kind of false sense of security, as it had been several nights since the last closet incident. It was about 1 or so in the morning when I awoke with a start. I had fallen asleep on top of my covers, and as soon as I became aware of being conscious, I wrestled with trying to crawl underneath them. After much effort, I was finally able to get underneath the comfort and security of my sheets, when I began to wonder what exactly had stirred me from the throngs of sleep. It was a cloudy night, so the limited amount of light permitted through my bedroom window was at an absolute minimum that night. I controlled my breathing, listening for that ominous sound, and forced my eyes to scan the bedroom. And that's when I saw it. Standing at the foot of my bed, in front of my slowly deteriorating closet doors, was a very large form. It was so dark that I couldn't make out whether this thing, this being, was facing my direction or not. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could barely even draw breath. All of my attention was on that form at the foot of my bed. I couldn't look away. It's as if my eyelids were taped open and I was forced to look in that direction. The form never moved, never shifted from foot to foot. It simply stood there, massive and dark, and seeming to fill the whole room. There was no scratching sound, no rattling of the closet doors, just this form standing stoically in the middle of my room. Amazingly, I fell asleep. I can't begin to imagine how that came to be. I just know that 1 minute, I'm fixated with every fibre of my being on this figure in my room. And then, the next minute, I'm opening my eyes to sunlight trickling in through my window and birds chirping outside as they went about their daily activities. What's even more amazing is that I didn't awake with that sense of terror that I had grown accustomed to after a run-in with the scratching sound. I even felt rested for the first time in months. This same thing happened again several times over the next couple of nights. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, only to be confronted by the image of that large, silent form at the foot of my bed. Again, there was no scratching sound or rattling closet doors. Just this figure, standing there, a few feet away. I never worked up the courage to yell for my mother or try to get a closer look at this shadow-like form. I still wasn't even certain if it was facing in my direction on the nights it occurred. I even began to ponder if perhaps this thing standing in my room at night had simply tired of causing a ruckus in my closet and accepted my presence in the house. The next few weeks went by without anything of note occurring. I ate breakfast, I went to school, I came home, and then I went to bed. My health had hit a relatively high point during that period of time, and I was attending school on a regular basis for the first time in memory. At some point, I even befriended one of the boys a few houses down, and I would spend my evenings playing video games and the like at his house. I went to bed absolutely exhausted each night and woke the next morning well rested and looking forward to what the day might hold. I began to discount those terrifying events that had occurred in my room in the weeks prior as nothing more than my imagination. My mother had taken on more hours at the furniture factory where she worked to help pay off some of the debt that accrued after my father's death. On the nights she worked late, I was to spend my evenings over at my new friend Ryan's house until she returned home. I didn't like to see my mother so tired from all the extra work she was putting in, but I did enjoy getting to hang out with my friend and his rather expansive collection of video games, a luxury my mother simply couldn't provide for me at that time. This routine of staying with Ryan's family until my mother got off work lasted for several weeks, until my mother had an accident at work. She broke several bones in her right hand and wrist, and she was unable to work at all for the next few months, let alone pick up extra hours. She was obviously dismayed, because just as it seemed our lives had begun to take on the normalcy that everyone expects, some unforeseen event once again caused that pattern to veer off course. She received some pretty heavy-duty pain medication, along with the cast on her arm, and she retired to bed early the night of her accident. I was permitted to watch television after I'd completed my homework, and then I went to bed myself after my favourite cartoons went off. I'd been in bed for about half an hour, listening to the unusual sounds of my mother's snoring from the next room, when I thought I heard that all too familiar scratching sound from my closet. Initially, I tried to ignore it, going so far as to cover my head with my pillow and forcing myself to sleep. After a few minutes, I realized that this was not working. The scratching sound never abated and only seemed to increase in tempo as the minutes passed. I was more angry than frightened at this point. It had been many weeks since the last time I'd had to deal with this, and I'd begun to hope that it had stopped altogether. After a few more minutes, I finally came to the decision that I would open the closet door myself and finally put my mind at ease. It had to be a rat or something. There had to be some explanation, and I was determined to find out. I pushed the cover towards the foot of my bed and began moving my feet towards the floor. As soon as my bare feet made contact with the cold hardwood. The scratching sound ceased altogether, and it was replaced with the violent shaking of the closet door. I let out an involuntary yelp, as it had been so long since I'd heard that sound, and I'd never seen it be so violent. The closet doors were rattling around with such force that I was afraid they would tear loose from their hinges. I lifted my feet back into bed, and I worked up the courage to begin yelling for my mother. Mum, please come here," I yelled, with as much volume as I could muster. No response. Not even the slightest break in her snoring. She was out cold. I yelled again, but to no avail. The moment I began yelling, the shaking of the closet doors had ceased, as they usually do in this situation. But my yelling wasn't followed by the sound of my mother's footsteps this time, and the doors began shaking once again. I didn't know what to do. I was far too scared to get up and make a mad dash for my mother's room. But my fearful screams seemed to have no effect. I began to sob. I'd reached a breaking point, and I couldn't help but pull my knees up to my chest and whimper. Suddenly, the doors quit their frantic dance. They just stopped shaking altogether. I managed to lift my face from the protection of my knees, and to my horror, I saw the closet doors begin to slide apart. No more scratching, no more rattling. I was finally going to come face to face with my tormentor. The doors finally opened all the way, and I could see now that my clothes and the darkness within were shifting. I could just make out a hand parting the clothes on the rack, and I felt bile rise in my stomach as I realized the skin on that hand was absolutely putrid, grey and mottled, and I now became aware of the most horrific stench I'd ever encountered. I wanted to spring from my bed and through my window, or pull the cover over my head and will this nightmare away. But I was completely transfixed, rooted in place. I couldn't budge a muscle. I could now make out a torso in the space that my clothes once occupied. It was covered in that same rotting flesh as the hand, of course. Next, and most terrifying, I could make out two pools of absolute darkness that constituted the eyes on this nightmare. They were sunk down, deep into the sockets of its face, and were completely void of any emotion that I could discern. Just two black pits of emptiness. This thing had finally emerged from behind my shirts and jackets hanging from my closet rack. It paused for a moment at the entrance to the closet and seemed to size up the room. It was tall and impossibly skinny, almost to the point of being emaciated. The fingers and toes ended in long, black, ragged nails. Nails that were almost talon-like. Bits and pieces of flesh were missing over various parts of the thing's body. I could clearly make out what appeared to be ribs in its torso, and the yellowing bone of one elbow. It had a few tufts of jet black hair protruding from its grotesque and bulbous head. Its mouth was wide and filled with small rows of teeth that came to points so sharp they looked like they'd been filed. Its nose was just two little slits with absolutely no protrusion that I could discern. It just stood in the doorway of my closet, smiling at me with those little sharp teeth and that unnaturally wide mouth. It stared at me as if it was trying to convey that it had all the time in the world and intended to drag out whatever horror was about to visit me. Suddenly, The creature jerked its head to the side and seemed to sniff the air with that horrible little nose. The sniffing became more frantic, and the creature kept jerking its head from side to side, as if it had caught a scent it wasn't fond of, and was trying to ascertain exactly where this odor was originating. That's when I noticed movement from my peripheral vision. I was able to tear my eyes away from this monstrosity long enough to look to the corner of the room where I'd seen the sudden movement. And there, standing just feet away from me, was that large, dark, ominous form. It seemed even more massive than it had in previous encounters, and it almost seemed to be radiating an intense anger. To my amazement, this anger did not seem to be directed towards me, but at this thing now standing in front of my closet. The creature let out a hiss, and then a sound akin to a whimper, and took a step back when it noticed the large form standing in the corner of the room. I looked back at this dark figure, standing so very close now, and for the first time, I could make out distinguishing features. I realized that before, this form had stood with its back to me on those nights it had appeared in my room, because now I could clearly make out a face that was covered in coarse, red hair. I could now see that this figure was a very large man with pale white skin and a receding hairline. But the most noticeable feature were the intense, greyish blue eyes that I could make out even in the darkness of my room. Those eyes left the monster in my closet for just a moment and made contact with my own. This great, big man standing in the centre of my room. This great big man that I thought that I would never see again. He smiled, and then he winked at me. And with a burst of movement that my eyes could barely track, he dove into the beast, driving it back into the depths of my closet, while the doors closed on them both. I sat on the edge of my bed, with tears in my eyes, and my mind racing to process what it had just witnessed. I finally broke my stupor long enough to race to my mother's room and wake her. After a few moments of frantic shaking on my part, she finally swam to the surface of consciousness. When my face came into focus, she immediately sat up out of bed and took me in her arms. "What is it, sweetheart? What's going on?" At this point, I had begun to sob uncontrollably as she rocked me back and forth in her arms. I pulled myself together long enough to say, "He kept his promise, Mum. He said he would always be there for me, and he meant it." My mother tried to get me to explain, but I just continued to cry into her shoulder as she rocked me back and forth. At some point, I managed to fall asleep with my mother, whispering words of comfort until I drifted off. I never did hear another odd sound from my closet after that night, or any other part of the house for that matter. From that point forward, things returned to normal, and I felt as though a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I'd received some form of closure from the events that took place that night. I also knew that no matter what obstacles I might face in the years ahead, I would always have someone looking over my shoulder, ever ready to fulfill a promise he made to a small, sickly child